Okay. Good evening, everybody. My name is Robert Watkins. I'm city staff, and I'll be moderating tonight's meeting. Welcome to the August 2021 Charlottesville Board of Architectural Review virtual meeting. We should now be live on channel 10, and we're continuing to stream on the city's streaming channels. Before I hand things over to Carl Schwartz, the chair of the BAR, I'll go over a few guidelines and housekeeping tips to make sure that everything runs smoothly. So for everybody who might be watching at home right now, I will introduce the meeting participants who are currently online. First, we have Carl Schwartz, the chair of the BAR. We're also joined by Brett Gastinger, vice chair. Other BAR members include Tim Moore, Robert Edwards, James Zemer, Sherry Lewis, and Jody Lehendro. We're also joined by Jeff Werner, who is city staff as well. Throughout the meeting, applicants and other participants will join the meeting as needed. For members of the public who are watching right now, there are several places in the agenda where you can speak if you wish to provide public comment. At the beginning of the meeting, we allow time for comments from the public for items that are not on the agenda or for items that are on the consent agenda. Then, before the BAR deliberates on each individual application, we allow time for public comment. In order to provide comment, we ask that you register for the meeting, which can be found on the city calendar on the city website, and then you'll become an attendee. And when we get to the comment portion of the agenda, you can raise your hand using the raise hand feature, and I will unmute you so you can speak. For applicants, during the staff and applicant presentations for each project, I will share my screen to scan through pages of your application that you submitted for visual aid. If you want me to go to a specific page, please let me know what page to go to and I'll do it. And also, we will have short periodic breaks as needed, and our chair will direct us for when those breaks are necessary. With that, I can hand things over to our chair, Carl Schwartz, but please let me know if you need any assistance throughout the rest of the meeting.
Welcome to this regular monthly meeting of the Charlottesville Board of Architectural Review. Staff will introduce each item, followed by the applicant's presentation, which should not exceed 10 minutes. I will then ask for questions from the public, followed by questions from the BAR. After questions are closed, I'll ask for comments from the public. For each application, members of the public are each allowed 3 minutes to ask questions and 3 minutes to offer comments. Speakers shall identify themselves and provide their address. Comments should be limited to the BAR's purview, that is, regarding only the exterior aspects of a project. Following our discussion and prior to taking action, the applicant will have up to 3 minutes to respond. Thank you for participating. So first, are there any, does anybody have any matters from the public that are not on the agenda? So if you're in the public and you have something you'd like to discuss that is not on our agenda, please raise your hand or press *9.
Mr. Chair, there are 8 people in the queue. 2 have their hands raised. I saw Genevieve Keller raise her hand first. Ms. Keller, I'm going to click allow you to talk, and then I think you need to unmute yourself. And then you'll
please remember, this is items that are not on our agenda.
Okay, so with Ms. Keller's hand raised, she has 3 minutes to speak.
Good afternoon. I'm Genevieve Keller, and I'm here to speak for Preservation Piedmont later tonight, but in prepping for that, it reminded me about how concerned I am at the minor role that I believe the BAR has been asked to play in the comp plan process. And please forgive me if I'm mistaken. And by the way, in this portion, I'm speaking as myself and for myself only. In the public online forums I've attended, I've heard the team say, in response to questioning from the public, that the BAR will be involved in the zoning phase. And I'm concerned that that may be too late, because although our districts are overlay zoning, what you do and what you know is so much more than that. The BAR is probably more involved in the kinds of projects that the comp plan envisions than any other group in the city. And as a preservation professional, a former BAR member, a former planning commissioner, just a veteran preservation and planning official I am, I'm concerned that the plan is not being informed by our community's deep understanding of its historic resources and how they enter into new development and redevelopment scenarios and how they interact with all of the chapters of the comp plan. We're not alone in this in our city, and you are probably one of the most qualified BARs in the state. We need you to lead. I ask you to advocate for yourselves and the work that you do. I love what Jody was saying earlier. Listen to him. He's been through this and he knows whereof he speaks. As a CLG, a certified local government, Charlottesville has committed to preservation and to you being our preservation advocates. Read those CLG guidelines sometime. They are awesome in the true and classic sense of that word. We desperately need better guidance on this kind of denser, taller infill and contextual design in historic residential areas, because we anticipate that any new zoning ordinance will be encouraging taller and denser development, at least in some areas, perhaps diminish lot sizes and more buildings on a single site, with a definite likelihood of increased emphasis on detached auxiliary dwelling units or ADUs. So what does a quadruplex conversion look like? How do we avoid tear downs and still create more housing units and diverse property types? We can do this. We can do this in Charlottesville, but we need to plan it, and we need your informed expert voices on how to do it. And I'm so glad that you're talking about guidelines, but there'll need to be a different kind of non-boilerplate guideline. It's your time to be proactive and not reactive. Please stand up for historic resources playing the vital role that they can and must to keep our city affordable and livable and interesting, and yes, equitable. We need to understand all of our history and all of our neighborhoods. We need to retool local preservation to ensure that when this happens, that historic resources are not lost, that we're not a tear down city, and that new infill will be harmonious. Thank you.
Thanks, Jenny.
Thank you, Ms. Keller. So we have one other raised hand, Lisa Kendrick. Ms. Kendrick, I'm going to allow you to talk, and then you have you have to unmute yourself, and then you have 3 minutes to speak.
Okay. Mine was just a quick question about, I was noticing over at 64 University Way, that's a historical building. And I see that there's going to be some rezoning. I also see that there's a request for a special use permit. And I just have concern about what's happening on that property, and if the bar is already involved in some way on that 64 University Way property. So it's more of a, I just need some some information about that. If anybody can address that.
Carl, you all have reviewed it in March and made a recommendation on the special use permit request. And it was allow an alteration to the setback, which allowed the existing building to become conforming. So you all recommended that council approve that SUP, the special use permit, or you recommended that it will not adversely impact the district. And the reason for that is that there are no physical changes to the building. They're altering some of the interior, I think, to increase some density. So again, what happens inside of a building is not under the BAR's purview. And the fact that they are working with the Department of Historic Resources for rehabilitation tax credits on the most, if not all, of the exterior work, that then becomes, as far as the design review is available to them administratively. So you all looked at the special use permit request. Again, there were no physical alterations to the building. And because of DHR's involvement in what they'll be doing there, it's an administrative review. So, I've been talking to their consultant, golly, for a couple of years, putting in a lot of work on the research of that structure so that it would be eligible for the tax credits. So the truth is hopefully it'll look sharp when it's done. I don't can't speak to what's going on inside, but the exterior is going to be rehabilitated, and some not original things will be removed and repaired. So, but it's not coming back to the BAR. There's no reason for it to.
Thank you for your question, Lisa. I had forgotten about that one. All right, if there are no more questions or comments from the public for items not on the agenda, do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda, which is our meeting minutes from March 15th, 2021?
Move to approve as submitted.
Second. I call a vote, yes. Mr. Zemer,
Aye.
Mr. Schwartz,
Yes.
Mr. Moore,
Aye.
Mr. Gastinger,
Aye.
Mr. Edwards,
Aye.
Miss Lewis, and Mr. Lehendro.
Aye.
Thank you. The vote is unanimous.
All right, so now we're on to our first item, which is the 605 Preston Place.
Just so that everyone understands this, we often try to order the agenda kind of to wade out into the pond, so to speak, but this was deferred from May. And while it's been modified and revised and essentially new to you all, because it's a deferred item, it goes first on the agenda by our rules of procedure. There's a lot here. I know there's been a lot of discussion about it. I want to go through quickly and then allow questions, because I know there's going to be discussion about this. So this is a COA request for the construction of an apartment building, which includes parking, primarily below grade, landscaping, and various site improvements. This is on a parcel that has on it the 1857 home or house known as Windhurst, or the house that had been part of that much larger property. It is still standing on the east side of the site. Windhurst was part of a 100-acre farm that was subdivided and became the Preston Heights section of the city.
I need to say something. I'll send you an email.
And so the apartment building has, the design's been modified. Previously, there were sections of brick and stucco. Now it is all stucco. The general, I think the physical dimensions of it and shape have not changed. There are some modifications to the windows and door arrangements. The lighting has not changed. And so the color palette is sort of a grays and green shades with there's ceilings of white oak, and there's black locust boards for the flooring on the balconies. The plantings I've reviewed, you can see there, if it's not on the tree list, then I looked it up as is still a native species or something that is acceptable in the area, and everything, no issues with the plantings. Key things like the wall and the lower landscaping, everything is consistent with our guidelines. So, and just to address sort of the designation of this property, and this comes up a lot, the house is an individually protected property in IPP. It was designated prior to the Venable Rugby Road University Circle ADC district. So while it is a contributing structure to the ADC district and also an IPP, it doesn't double the value. It is designated by the city, and it is before you because of being an IPP or a structure within an ADC district. They are reviewed by our more stringent guidelines. So Second, I know this property is on the Virginia Landmarks Register and it's on the National Register of Historic Places. But that's critical, that's important. However, it is, again, what brings the BAR into play is that local designation. That's where you all have purview and why we refer to the guidelines relative to any alterations. This project was discussed in a preliminary discussion back in September a year ago. And that's in the staff report, some of the recommendations and comments that you all had. Then it came back to the BAR it came back to the BAR in May, and that's where it was deferred. And it was supposed to be on the agenda last month. I had a family situation to address, and I erred in getting the information to Robert about a letter. So we had to bump it to August. That's why it is coming to you tonight. I think the applicant has been responsive in the questions that I've asked. They provided information when I requested it. And if I know where staff is, given the circumstances, we're not going to make a recommendation up or down on it, but we would recommend that if approval is considered, there are some recommendations, typical recommendations relative to our lighting, the lamping. And the reason I added that is that while the light fixtures refer to the types of lamping, it's always good to just be very specific about, we know that that's available with the lights that have been spec'd, and make it clear that they will comply with the lamping. There's always, when there's a project of this scale, an opportunity to underground electrical services and other utilities. So that's a condition that can be considered. And then there is certainly, there are some historic walls and curbing there that we would like to see documented and preserved, so that as the project moves forward, those things are protected, and if they're damaged in any way, that they can be repaired as needed. One of the things that we don't yet have for this project is a site plan. So, and I understand working with the applicant, with the designers, that this is evaluating the possibility of this type of development. So, but ultimately a site plan would be required. And just to be clear to everyone across the board, is the BAR can approve this with the COA, and it grants approval for that design, and it's for a period of 18 months. But if a site plan comes in and, let's say, for example, there's utilities that cause something to move or something to change, there's the possibility that this would have to come back to the BAR for reevaluation. So everybody knows that this is, in fact, it's also, I think, important for folks to know that the BAR's approval on something is not, particularly on a commercial property, as an apartment complex would be, you all aren't granting a building permit. So that's another piece of we were talking earlier about things that we do that people don't realize, all the moving parts. So when the BAR reviews this, there's still, again, like I said, the site plan. Let's assume nothing changes. That site plan reviewed. I would be involved in that. And then there's also the building permit review to make sure that what's submitted to be constructed is consistent with what the BAR approves. So, so the BAR's approval is obviously necessary, but it is not the last, it is not the final decision on a project like this. And then finally, we do have in our comprehensive plan a recommendation to evaluate archaeological resources when opportunities present themselves. This is similar to the courts. It's not something that we can require, but it is something that we would like to encourage. The fact that this is and it's included in the staff report, this at least as long as we can tell, the house was on this site and there was nothing else there, and nothing else ever occupied this western side of the site. So a phase 1 archaeological survey would be appropriate here. It would be helpful to in interpreting and understanding that site. I don't think there's no hidden buildings underneath there. We have no evidence of burials or anything like that. It just simply provides it's another tool to provide information that helps interpret the site and certainly the city's history. So that's something that we would like to encourage, at least that's staff's recommendation. So with that, do you all have any questions about the staff report or the submittal or how it's been presented in the staff report? Anything I can help with?
Kevin, would you like to present?
Yes, I would. Robert, I guess I can just prompt you to go through the slideshow as necessary.
Yes, please.
Thanks. Good evening, everyone on the BAR, and thanks to Jeff for providing that thorough summary of the project. I'll just add a few things, beginning with what you're looking at now, the zoning summary sheet. We just want to emphasize that this is a by right building proposal in an R3 zoning. The majority of properties on Preston Place are zoned to allow multifamily housing. 75%, in fact, of the parcels are classified R3, as they have been since at least the 1970s. Boarding house and apartment use has a long history in this neighborhood. In fact, Windhurst itself, since 1930, has been used as either a boarding house or an apartment building. There's 4 buildings that serve as Greek housing, and they have for a long time. And then, of course, there are the Preston Court Apartments. When you add all of these together, you have about 30% of the properties who have boundaries on Preston Place that have served as non-single family housing. If we can go to the next one, Robert. Here's a survey for reference if it's necessary. The one thing that's, and I think we discussed this last time, the one thing that's mistaken on the survey is what's called an oak tree there up near the northwest corner is in fact an ash tree. And we do have in our appendix later an arborist evaluation of that tree. If you go to the next one, Robert. And then through these, you just see the existing conditions from the west, the southwest, and the southeast. This is our description, just laying it out pretty simply what we plan to do. Now, if we go to the site plan, what we're proposing is a 3-story residential building. It's on the west half of the property at 605 Preston Place. The proposed building is adjacent, or would be, to 2 historic structures. You have the Windhurst House, built about 1857, that's to its east, and it shares the parcel with that house. And then the Preston Court Apartments, built in 1929, are to the south. The property is located in the Rugby Road, University Circle, Venable neighborhood. And within the guidelines for this neighborhood, it states that this residential area was carved out of 2 large farms to house the university's growing number of students and faculty during the boom years between 1890 and 1930. In the site plan, you see obviously the location of the proposed building. You can see where we expect to locate mechanical units, which would be behind parapet walls and out of view from the street. You see the plantings identified. And then what I want to run down quickly here are the things that have changed since we first presented this formally to you 2 months ago. Most of the site walls now, in particular, the large walls that are around the entry drive, are stone instead of brick. Exterior walls on the building itself that were previously a red brick, they're now stucco in a light earthen green. The width of the entry drive has been reduced from 24 feet to 20 feet, and that's pending a favorable ruling from the zoning administrator. We just need to make sure that 20 feet's okay. when you don't have parking on either side of it, an entry drive. And next to that drive, we're proposing now a tulip poplar tree that we expect to grow very big and large and would help to shade that corner or that edge of the drive and that part of the lawn. On the walls around the entry drive, we are proposing climbing plants now along the north edge, as well as the east. We've added muttons to the balcony doors, and only some of the shallow balconies we had previously have been retained. Along the north and the south walls, most of the balconies have been eliminated. Where we have in-swing doors that lack balconies, we now have simply protective metal railings. They're mounted directly to the exterior wall. We have in this presentation 4 new elevation drawings that are expanded to include more of the surrounding context. We have 2 new perspective views included, and we also have photographs and an assessment of the terrace that's at the west side of Wyndhurst. And now if we go to the next slide, these are the plantings we propose. What you see in the lower right, those are bluestone paths that currently lead to the entry points at the Preston Court Apartments. This is the same kind of stone that we'll propose to use along the patio, the narrow patio south of our building, as well as to potentially replace the stone that's at the Wyndhurst Terrace. If we go to the next one. The parking is located primarily under the building. It's accessed by a paved drive at the northwest corner. Getting under the building will require a rather tall retaining wall, but it does put most of the cars out of sight. And we plan to encourage climbing plants to enliven and soften this wall. We think this is a better alternative to a parking level located at grade. Down in this parking area, we'd also have a large trash toters stored, so they'd be out of sight most of the week. Now, if we go to the next plan, this gives you some basic overall dimensions. 2 dimensions that I also want to bring up. The distance from the south wall of our proposed building and the Preston Court Apartments is about 22 feet, over 22 feet. The distance between our proposed building's north wall and the neighbor to the north at 625 Preston Place is over 29 feet. Now, if you go to the next one, here's one of those expanded elevations so that you can see more of the context. You see especially the Preston Court Apartments there to the right. The building height, if you go to the next slide, will be approximately 32 feet above grade. The parapets in several locations will reach 36 feet, 6 inches. At the southwest corner of Wyndhurst, if you go to the next slide, the soffit there is about 27 feet above grade. But we have a grade difference at that location and what is typically the grade at our proposed building of about 4 feet. And so this ends up putting the kind of extended overhangs we have on the lower portions of the roof of our building. It aligns them more or less with the eaves of Wyndhurst. The Wyndhurst Ridge, though, does stand higher than the proposed building. And at roughly 38 feet above grade, the cornice of the Preston Court Apartment building is also taller than our building. The parapets will conceal mechanical equipment while also contributing to varied massing, allowing the perceived top of the building to step down where there are no parapets. We can go to the next slide. And in each case, as you can see, we just zoom in on the elevation so you can get a better look at the building itself after first seeing the larger context. The flat roof, it may be unusual in this neighborhood, but the Preston Court Apartments set a clear precedent. And there are numerous other notable examples of flat-roofed residential buildings abiding alongside traditional pitched roof houses within design control districts. Among them, the 5-story apartment building on Altamont Circle, several 3- and 4-story apartment buildings on University Circle and University Way, as well as apartments at 505 16th Street Northwest and houses at 430 First North Street and 517 2nd Street Northeast. We can go to the next one. And the next one. We can continue on. Okay. The overall design approach is minimal. By and large, we have not attempted to directly emulate traditional detailing found on neighboring buildings. Instead, we've tapped into essential characteristics of relevant nearby structures, such as durable building materials, generous use of windows and doors, heavily planted sites, abundant paths, and clear points of entry to drive the architectural appearance of our proposal. Entries made legible by the tall recess and the exterior stair. The recess in turn improves the building's massing, dividing its west face into two distinct volumes. Human scale is achieved through the main stair, the many exterior doors, and the shallow balconies, and the narrow patios accessed by some of these doors. Further variation in massing is achieved by the strategic location of parapets. Exterior materials and colors are straightforward. They alternate in a manner that further avoids monotony in the facades. And the materials are largely traditional and durable. We expect the proposed building to age well. Now if we go to the next one, Robert. I want to stop right here just to talk a little bit more about the Preston Court Apartments and why we think they're relevant context. I mean, obviously they're right next door to the proposal. But then when you consider the west facade of the Preston Court Apartments, first they're about 100 feet wide, and no other individual building on the circle has a greater facade. If you combine it with the east facade around the circle, then you have 200 feet of elevation facing on Preston Place. The west facade, furthermore, doesn't leave the impression of a side or an end elevation. It's not subordinate to the Grady facade. Instead, it's as though the Grady facade were simply turned 90 degrees to face Preston Place. It's otherwise unchanged. Nothing in the building height, detailing, materials, entrances, porticos, or fenestration differs here between the west, south, and east facades. They're almost completely alike. This enhances the impression of prominence that the building holds on Preston Place, not just on Grady. It's located on the inside of the circle. And we think the relationship between the proposed building and the buildings on the inside of the circle is more significant and more legible than is the relationship between the proposed building and the houses on the outside of the circle. On the inside of the circle, structures are consistently much closer to the street and closer to one another as well. The taller, more prominent structures on Preston Place, Wyndhurst and Preston Court Apartments, are located on the inside of the circle, as is our proposal. And finally, the Preston Court Apartments are named for Thomas and Anna Preston, who were early owners of Wyndhurst. The circle is also named for them. After their deaths, the daughters sold the land to Preston Court Incorporated, who built the historic apartment building. So the relationship between the Preston Court Apartments is actually longer and older than the relationship between the apartment building and Grady Avenue. The very name of the apartment building associates it directly with Preston Place, not with Grady. It has older, stronger historic ties to Preston Place than the single family homes on the circle, which it predates. It's an individually designated property on the National Register, and it's an exemplary early 20th century example of a garden style apartment. For these reasons, we think it would be strange to ignore or downplay the role of the Preston Court Apartments as an important context for new projects on Preston Place. If you go to the next slide. This slide helps you to see, coming from the other direction, which you would only do on foot, not by vehicle. It shows more clearly, I think, than we showed in our previous presentation, how the one volume that's to the north is stepping back about 10 feet further in from the street than the volume to the south is. Go to the next one. And here's a look at the building directly into the recess where we have the entry stair. On the street-facing facade, the building is divided into two volumes. And we think this recess de-emphasizes the overall width of the building. It breaks up the massing, it improves perceived proportions. The material change here, the light-colored wood that's at the back and the ceiling of the recess, further distinguishes the volumes and enhances architectural variation. And such an exposed stair is not unprecedented in the neighborhood. The oldest house on the circle, 611 Preston Place, has an unusual exterior stair on its front porch, one that disappears as it ascends into the deep eaves of the roof overhang. It's possibly a vestige of an earlier period when the house was divided in half and served 2 separate tenants. At the Preston Court Apartments, 4 tall covered exterior metal stairs that accessed all stories once existed in the courtyard. You can see the outline of these stair towers in the 1964 Sanborn map that Jeff included in his summary. And while they don't survive, they did serve the building for multiple decades, and they're visible in older photographs. We like the exposed stair as a plain signifier of utility and access. There's no ambiguity here about where to enter the building. It also provides a potential opportunity for tenant comfort. It's one more place, in addition to the shallow balconies, where upper level tenants can step directly outside, where they can quickly assess temperature and be in the open air while also under cover of rain and snow. We can go to the next slide, Robert. The next few slides are just giving you a rundown of the materials for your reference. Yeah, we can go, and this slide here in this section, this just, I think, calls out the somewhat minor change to the balconies. You can see identified in the plan where we have eliminated balconies that we had before. And it's basically, or typically it's around what we expect to be the larger common or living spaces where we've retained the balconies. We can go to the next one. Here you see what we have in mind for the tall wall on the north and the east of the entry drive. And the next slide. The next few are about lighting. There we go. And then into our appendix, I'll just talk a little bit longer. Here's the arborist evaluation that the ash tree, it might be in trouble sooner than later, and we expect it not to live very long. And it would be the largest tree that would be eliminated with the construction of this building. You go to the next one. Here's some photos of that terrace that's next to Windhurst. And it is an old terrace, but we don't see any indication that it dates to the 19th century. It's not original to the house. You can see on this lower photograph how there's CMU, there's brick underneath it, as well as underneath the steps that lead into the house. You also have CMU supporting the stone there. There's a lot of grout that's located in between the stonework. It's quite doubtful it was there originally. None of the historic register reports make reference to it. We did find one photo of the house, probably dating from the 1960s, where you can see the terrace there, but it's hard for us to tell how much earlier it was built. But at any rate, our proposal is not to eliminate the terrace. We plan to keep it at its current elevation, its current width. The depth will be reduced by about 24 inches from roughly 14 feet to 12 feet. And we expect we will replace the stone that's there with the blue stone that we discussed earlier. We can go to the next one now. And then as we look at photographs of the houses, we want to talk just a little bit more about what our design strategy was. It was to support a concept of juxtaposition, which we think better represents the neighborhood as it's taken shape than would a strategy of emulation or deference. This is not a Preston Place of homogeneous dwellings that explicitly share architectural character. The circle boasts a surprising variety. While several of the houses, chiefly the fraternities, speak the staid language of neoclassicism, elsewhere the buildings tend to be eccentric, even one of a kind. 630 Preston Place has unusual shingle siding with a quirky, narrow, elevated front porch almost as wide as the house. At 626 Preston Place, a generous second-story balcony cantilevers out for most of the front facade. Few other houses in Charlottesville have such a balcony. 611 Preston Place has rare surviving cladding with heavy, thick, or unusually wide battens over wood planks. This house in particular is altogether unique, and it's one of the oldest in the city. On the inside of the circle, the architecture is really all over the map. The dwellings share little in common, and in fact, it's their unlikely juxtaposition rather than their conformity that informs their relationships. The little island is rife with informal proximities. You take 619 and 615 Preston Place at the top. Not only are they conjoined at odd angles, they present to the street with different faces, one to the north and one to the east. Additions to 611 Preston Place have brought it within 15 feet of 625 Preston Place, its neighbor to the west. The fronts of each of the buildings on the inner circle are within 25 feet of the right-of-way. They're much closer than their counterparts on the outer ring, which typically have front yards at least 50 feet deep. It's our position that the inner circle has its own special characteristics, its own environment. It can be taken as a kind of sub-precinct within the Preston Place neighborhood. And it's to this inner circle that our proposal belongs. Now, if we go forward to the last sheets, we have some images of other buildings in town. While the Preston Court Apartments are an obvious precedent for our proposal, we find some other structures in design control districts that bear on today's discussion. If we go to the last slide, Robert, this shows 39 University Circle. This is another beautiful building, something like Preston Court. It's in a neighborhood, again, where freestanding houses predominate. And while its scale and use may be slightly outside the norm, it's doubtful that its presence has had a negative impact on the street. Quite the opposite, it's a strong addition with its own historic pedigree. However, I don't think we should limit our discussion of good neighborhood architecture just to apartments that are rich with Jeffersonian detailing. The Park Lane apartments and the Altamont Circle apartments we think are useful examples of another kind, perhaps even more relevant to the building that we're proposing. If we go to the slide above, before this one, at the corner of Park Street and Park Lane, we have a pair of 3-story apartment buildings in parallel to one another. These take no obvious cues from the early 20th century and late 19th century houses on the block. Material choices may be largely consistent with the neighbors, but that's where the similarities end. Little else is sympathetic. In their size, form, orientation, and fenestration, these buildings deviate from anything close by. The garden apartment arrangement is introverted. The building facades on Park Street read as end or side elevations. The true building faces and entries into the apartments, they turn inward. They face each other across a narrow court. The architecture makes few explicit gestures to acknowledge the primary street. And yet, even with these trade-offs, some of which are the subject of criticism of our proposal on Preston Place, we think the Park Lane apartments have in time contributed more that's positive than negative to the neighborhood. It may not be anybody's favorite building on Park Street, but that's okay. It's distinctive in its way. It's actually kind of cool. I assume most city residents were happy to see these buildings renovated rather than demolished. They would be a loss. Now, if we go to the last slide one more time, I'll talk finally about the Altamont Circle apartment building, which was built in 1929. It represents a departure from its neighborhood fabric that's arguably even more abrupt than that of the Park Lane apartments. At 5 stories, it's much taller than surrounding houses. The site is significantly hemmed in for such a large structure. While it sports a big cornice and prominent entries with pilasters and pediments, otherwise the detailing is minimal, making little reference to exterior touches on nearby houses. The windows are simple and plain. The brickwork is unadorned. Compared to the Preston Court apartments, as well as the apartments at 39 University Circle, its architecture is significantly stripped down. All of these characteristics should sound familiar. They're all characteristics: building height, flat roof, minimal non-referential detailing, and a confined site. These are the same characteristics that were the subject of objections coming from the neighbors in our last meeting, and objections you'll probably hear again tonight. Yet when we consider Altamont Circle, hasn't the construction of the apartment building been a net benefit to the neighborhood? The building has given many people a dwelling with walkable access to Charlottesville's downtown, yet without any obvious detriment to the value and character of the historic houses that surround it. Contrast this with an alternative of a grassy lawn or just a single large house here. I mean, there might be some atmospheric upsides in the eyes of a few neighbors, but on the whole, the circle would lose something without this apartment building. Ultimately, at Preston Place, we see circumstances not unlike Altamont Circle. Both are great little enclaves hiding in plain sight. Both are remarkably accommodating and adaptable. In time, buildings of different scales, uses, and looks have been absorbed without endangering the whole. We don't agree that new construction on either of these streets is only conceivable as something petite, diffident, or withdrawn. This hasn't been the case in the past, and it need not be now. Each neighborhood has survived big multifamily buildings, and more than that, their current fabric has been informed, made more distinctive and interesting for the inclusion of these buildings. Indeed, these buildings have truly contributed. We're optimistic that our proposal, if constructed, might enjoy the same outcome. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Kevin. Are there any questions from the public? Please raise your hand or press star 9. And remember, this is questions. There'll be another opportunity for comments.
So, Mr. Chair, I see 2 raised hands. First, I see Paul Wright. Mr. Wright, I'm going to allow you to talk. Then you have to unmute yourself, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Hi, this is Paul Wright, 612 Preston Place. I hope that you take some time and find out exactly the material stucco, what they mean by that, because I've seen in the past the actual materials being used to change to something like ephes or stucco-like material. And that definition should be defined tonight and not have it be determined later. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. Next, we have Larry Good. Mr. Good, I will allow you to talk, then you need to unmute yourself.
My wife we're using the same computer, so my wife, Elizabeth Turner, wants to ask a question.
Okay.
Actually, it's 2 questions, and I'm assuming I can comment on the design at a later point.
Yes.
So I'm asking my question now. I noticed that in the renderings, there was some accountability for a tree along the driveway of the apartment building, but no accountability for the deodar cedars. On some of the renderings, the cedars are there. On other renderings, they're not there. These are monumental trees, tremendously contributing to the historic character of the landscape. And I think the manner in which and the care with which the acknowledgement of these trees is handled is going to be very important. And I do not see that accounted for in the drawings. And I think my concern is that the walls, the paving, all of the retaining walls around them, cutting into the roots. It's already been a construction site for 4 years with a lot of trenches being dug and the walls along the street being removed, all kinds of alterations to the topography. I just don't see the applicant really addressing the preservation of those trees. Also, regarding the site plan or the lack thereof is a tremendous concern. If you look at the amount of paving, structural walls, and the way in which the site is being fully built, fully occupied, to the point of not only abutting the terrace, the west terrace of the historic house, but also blocking the very large and tall windows. I noticed there were no photographs of that facade with the tall windows. And those are original to the house. They're formal and facing windows. And that house is going to be blocked by this massive construction effort, which seems to occupy the entire site. I think there is no site plan, and I think that this is going to adversely impact the surrounding properties. Where is the site plan? That's a question. What accountability is there for the Deardorff Cedars?
Thank you, Mrs. Turner. And so to clarify, the site plan is in there is a plan of the site. It's not an official site plan as filed with the city, but it is in the packet. So hopefully you were able to download that. If you were looking at the renderings, you should be able to see the plan. But yeah, Kevin, do you want to respond to any of Mrs. Turner's questions?
Well, to clarify, the reason in the elevations that we don't show those cedar trees is they would just obscure the building so much. And we were afraid that leaving them in might have people asking questions about, what's back there? What are we hiding? We just wanted it to be, the building elevations to be reasonably clear. We wanted to show in the elevations places where new plantings, we expect them to be. But as far as the cedars go, you'll see, I think in all of the perspective illustrations that they are included. And in our description, we mention them by name, that their preservation and their protection is definitely in the plan for this project. We don't want to lose those trees. The building is far enough away from them that it should not be in the drip line of the trees. There has been some work done to one of the narrow walks that's closest to those trees not that long ago, and the trees seem to have survived fine. They seem to be in good health, in even with construction that's been going on not that far away. But yes, we certainly will plan to, and if necessary, if the BIR needs it for assurances, we can go to lengths in our site plan to provide any and all protection the trees would require.
And I think
Mr. Chair, I see.
Well, I was just gonna,
there's one more raised hand from Lisa Kendrick.
Okay.
So I think she has a question. So Ms. Kendrick, I will allow you to talk and you'll have 3 minutes for your question.
Hi, I have a question about the ash. A couple of times now you've mentioned that an arborist saw it and said it was sort of at the end of its life. Could you be a little more specific? Because we also have an ash tree. The derecho a few years ago twisted the top out. It's come back beautifully. We've had it treated for ash borer, and it's doing really well. So I'm just wondering if there's a desire to treat it and preserve it as much as possible, or kind of what the arborist, how have they determined that it's coming toward the end of its life, and what life period are we talking? I mean, I'm coming to the end of my life too. So how are they determining the extent of this ash tree's life?
Well, I am not an arborist, and we don't have the arborist present with us on the meeting. But you can refer to the letter of evaluation that we have in our presentation. I would have to talk to him to find out greater detail about how he makes his evaluation and how he determines that the tree is likely to succumb to the ash borer.
and so Kevin, I think from Mr. Wright and Mrs. Turner, there were a couple more questions embedded in there. One was about the stucco. Am I right in understanding that you are proposing either stucco or ephes?
Stucco or synthetic stucco. It's just something that we haven't had a chance to evaluate in consultation with contractors. I understand that a synthetic stucco or an ephes can actually be a good material on a building, but it does require really conscientious application. We think that it might be a possibility, but we are leaning toward a traditional stucco, but it will be some question of the practicality, of the cost, we expect that they will look very much the same, that we'd have access to the same colors, the same textures. I think it's really just a question with the synthetic stuccos with how durable they are over time. And I think that's a matter that has more to do with how well they're applied. And, you know, if necessary, if the project were approved, we'd be glad to come back to the BAR to show more about an ultimate stucco choice to make sure that it adheres to standards.
And I think there was some question about the west wall and the windows of Windhurst. Are you guys touching that at all?
No, we're not.
I think that's the questions that I remember from the two of them. Are there any more questions from the public? It looks like Mr. Crozier.
Yeah, there was.
His hand is now down.
Yeah, Mr. Crozier, if you do wish to speak, please raise your hand again.
Okay.
I'm not seeing it raised.
All right. Questions from the board?
I had a question. And maybe Robert, if you could go to PDF page 82, the SK 353. No.
Sorry, James, what was the page again?
82, 82.
Okay.
Great, thanks. Kevin, I see y'all got a railing along the east side of the high retaining wall. Have y'all done any sort of study to ensure that you won't need a railing along the north or stepped side of that retaining wall?
Yeah, that's a good question. We're showing plantings there now. I guess it's not clear to us the kind of access from the north of the property that someone might reasonably have, and if a railing would become necessary there. But obviously, if it's a safety or code issue, we would have to include that.
Okay, and then a question that's sort of related. If you scroll up a little bit, Robert, to sheets 73 and 74. And this may just be a design study all we're doing. This to me looks like you have a staircase going down. Or is that just a shadow line? And then here it disappears. You see the diagonal? Yeah.
Oh yeah. That's just shadows.
Okay. Just wanted to clarify if there was a stair there or not.
Yeah. No, there's no stair.
Okay, thank you. That was my question.
I had a question or two. Sorry.
Yeah.
I was just wondering where you have the 20 feet of width, Kevin, in that driveway. Is there any reason? I mean, basically, what's driving the 20 feet? Is it the city code for the width of the apron? Is that where that's coming from?
Well, we thought that, first when I look at the zoning ordinance, it appears that technically 24 feet might be required, because I believe that's what they require for two-way traffic when there's not parking on either side. At least the last time I looked at it, that's what I recall. But we, I think, feel the same way many of you do, that if we can reduce that width and people can still reasonably get by one another, we'd prefer to. And so we took it down to what is, I think, that the least aisle you can have when you're parking, when you have parking on either side of a two-way aisle.
So I guess my question is, given that there's a fair amount of asphalt there and you're only parking at that one end, right? And then obviously under the building, correct?
Right.
So is there any reason you couldn't consider basically a one-way, basically a lay-by, so that, basically people have to take turns coming in and out, so you have a much narrow entrance?
Right.
And then, you got plenty of space. That way you could basically have you know, like an island or a peninsula that could even carry a tree there, and describe this, you know, hide much of that space. I don't envision this being a driveway where you're going to have a whole bunch of traffic.
Yeah, that's a good point. There's not that much parking here, and I could see the tenants being able to wait on one another on the rare occasion that one's coming and one's going.
I mean, it would be, you know, a study in, you know, manners.
Right.
Right. But it just seems like it'd be a way to neck that thing down, and still have a reasonable in and out, but also possibly get a street tree in on the north side there and reduce your apparent amount of asphalt.
Yeah, I think we'd be glad to consider that. And then it's a question of just really how narrow. I mean, are you thinking, say, like as narrow as 12 feet or more like 16?
I was thinking mostly such that you'd have room to put a tree in.
All right.
You know, and get some sort of a planting bed along the street edge there, so that, you know, really, one, it creates more shade, but also sort of punctuates and hides, you know, the asphalt.
Yeah, right.
Just manipulate the scale of it on the street, because 20 feet, I mean, I appreciate it coming down from 20, but 20 still 24, but 20 is still a significant chunk.
Yeah.
In the scale. And then the other question I had was going to kind of a somewhat monolithic color scheme. I just wondered what took you guys down that path, because before, I think didn't you have brick color? You had, the brick was brick, was it not?
We did have red brick, and then I was thinking about something Mr. Zemer had brought up in the last meeting about the brick, especially along the tall retaining walls, maybe being a bit much. And I agreed with him and began to consider a stone, not unlike a stone you see elsewhere in the neighborhood. And then when we applied that to those walls, then the brick and the stone, they weren't quite working to our eyes. And then going to stucco, kind of consolidating to a single material for much of the building, but still varying it by color, just looked better to us. It in a way seems to soften and maybe quiet the building just a bit versus what it had been with the brick. We also didn't want to make too explicit a connection with the Preston Court Apartments. You know, the brick there is very nice, and there's obviously brick elsewhere in the neighborhood, but we thought it was useful for this building to be somewhat distinctive. Although it's still our position that, in particular, when you view it in the background from the east side of the circle with Windhurst in front, that Windhurst remains prominent, and that our building with the materials we've selected kind of falls more into the background.
I mean, it's certainly a strategy used elsewhere that is pretty effective. I'm kind of on the fence about it, not so much on the Windhurst side, but I'm not so sure about it on the other street side. But that's a comment, so we'll wait into that one. But I was just wondering what your logic was. So thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Rick?
Kevin, I've just got a question about the boxes that you've got shown to house the vines, and if you have some examples of where that's been successful in the past. It's a unique detail.
Yeah, we don't have examples. We were trying to find in that, because we're a little confined down there, and with the cars parked up close to that edge, we were trying to think of how we could accommodate plantings without putting them right down where tires might hit them, and this seemed like potentially a way to protect the plants and kind of recess them somewhat inside the wall. I think what I'm showing there would allow for enough material to plant these, but it does, it could benefit from some more scrutiny to ensure that. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Hi, Robert, could you go to page 64? So, Mr. Riddle, it looks like something like stone walls, low stone walls are being indicated along the pathways beneath the Deodora cedar. Is that true?
Well, there are some low stone walls that are there, yeah, to the east of the cedars, yes.
Okay, so they're already there.
No, they are not there. All that's there right now is the path that runs adjacent to the Preston Court Apartments on the south.
Okay, I worry about the stone walls. They're going to require concrete footings and the damage that they will naturally do to those deodoras. So anyway, I just wanted to ask the question right now. And is it just in the north-south sidewalk, or also is it along the south side of the east-west sidewalk?
There is a wall there on that side of the walk that goes, the east-west walk that goes to the entry of the building.
Okay.
Now, that is a good point. And if constructing these walks and these walls were to endanger the trees, we suspected that they would, I think we would reevaluate and we would find another way to provide entry.
Okay. Well, the walks are, I mean, there are easier ways of creating walks that do not damage root systems, but walls with concrete footings, not so.
Right.
So anyway, I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
While we're on this point, at the risk of inserting a comment, I would just also include in that concern potential undergrounding of utilities. While it might be good in concept, it also needs to be considered in the context of the health of those deodara cedars.
I have a detailed question. I had asked last time about the balconies and you have boards on top and boards on the soffits below them with water draining through. And your response was that it was a placeholder design and you didn't want water to drain through. But it looks like the detail is the same as it was.
Well, no, we're not really showing a detail there, Carl. And I think in Jeff's report, he does kind of retain reference to that we discussed earlier. But no, we're not planning for those balconies to for the floorboards to drain through like they would on an outside deck. And so on these shallow balconies that you see, identified as B, at least the small ones there in the middle, they would just be sloped to drain out at the front edge.
Okay, off the top.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Any other questions?
Yeah,
Sherry.
Sherry, go ahead.
Following up on Jody's question about those walls and the front walkways, they're attractive, but I'm really wondering what their function is. There's not that much grade change there, right, Kevin? I'm just like, I mean, I like the element, but considering that you're going to be chopping around the root of these two trees, I'm sort of thinking along with Jody on this. I mean, the purpose is obviously connectivity from the walkway behind Preston Court and from off of Preston Place, which both of your walkways achieve. But I just, am thinking about that particular element and how invasive it is, the footing, so.
Right. The north-south walk is one that rises gently and would accommodate tenants in wheelchairs. Now, it is true, the grade there, though, is gentle enough that I think the inclusion of a wall along that walk is probably unnecessary. And so we would definitely consider eliminating that to help avoid any trouble with the cedar trees. With the walk that it goes in the east-west direction, right up to the entry, there is more of a grade change there, and there are steps leading up. And so it might be a little more challenging to go without walls, but we also might consider, in particular, if we're narrowing the drive somewhat. I mean, I know there's the opportunity that Tim mentioned to have a tree planted right up at the very northwest above the drive. It's possible perhaps the drive could be narrowed more, though, from its kind of current southern edge, and maybe that way then we could have a walk that would approach the site but farther from those cedar trees. That might be another potential solution if we felt we were getting too close to them and endangering them.
Thank you. I had two other questions. Robert, on page 57, I think, of our packet, if I'm on the very last one, this is the survey. And the survey is dated I might be on the wrong, survey is dated less than a month ago. It's dated July 23rd. So it's supposed to be current. I'm looking at the stone patio on the historic structure and note that there are steps to the west of it.
Yes.
Those still exist, obviously, because as of 3 weeks ago.
Yeah,
but you're saying that you are reducing the width of the patio by 2 feet from 14 to 12. So the steps are going. The steps are not remaining with this new structure.
Yes.
So I don't see an application or any mention of demolishing those steps. What are they made of? What do they look like? I'm really curious now because I didn't notice them when I was on site. I think they're covered up by shrubs there. What they may have led to. Could you just give us a little bit of information about them? I don't see any photos in the package of them either.
Right. Well, they just lead up from the lawn that's to the west of Windhurst to the patio, because the terrace, the stone terrace, is up on a little bit of a plateau. So those steps.
That would be what steps are for. What are the materials?
They're stone. They're basically the same stone as what's on the surface of the patio now.
The slate or soapstone.
Right.
So I think we have to consciously think, are we demolishing this? And as a board, we don't have any, we have what the applicant just gave us, but we don't really have any information about that. But that would be demolition of a feature of the historic property, in addition to the reduction of the protrusion of the patio itself. My only other question.
Sorry, can I jump in on that? Sorry,
Yeah.
Carrie, excuse me. If you look, I'm wondering the date of July 23rd, I think it's just the date of this PDF slide. If you look at the paragraph at the very top, it says that this plat is effective date of August 8th to 2016.
Well, all surveyors are required to note that the date that they go on site and do a physical survey.
Sure. I guess I just remember
when a surveyor also dates a plat near the seal with that date, they're recertifying that as what I understand from surveying standards.
My point is the date of July 23rd is the Mitchell Matthews date of the slide itself.
Right, and I don't see a surveyor's actual seal on here. Yeah.
Because I guess my question would be, can they verify the steps are still there?
Yeah, and they are still there. I saw them just,
there we go. Thank you.
2 days ago. Yeah.
Awesome. So my last question is sort of brought about by some of the comments of the neighbors about the condition of Windhurst. And I was on site with the applicant a couple of months ago, and they look like they were pretty diligently pursuing some things, but they said that the pandemic had made certain materials difficult. I just wondered if you could speak to the ongoing work on the historic structure and what the status of that is and what remains to be done. There were some, pretty sharp comments from neighbors, and I think that is an area that we could be concerned with, considering the structures on the same parcel.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Unfortunately, we haven't done any work on Windhurst itself. It's true, our proposal does share the parcel, but our office simply hasn't been involved with the historic house, its renovation, any of the construction strategies that have been going on as a part of renovating the Preston Court apartments in that house.
Just to clarify for members of the public and the board, the historic structure and the parcel under consideration are the same ownership, correct? It's the same parcel, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Was someone else gonna jump in? I guess not. Okay, are there any comments from the public? Please raise your hand or press *9.
Mr. Chair, I'm starting to see raised hands. First, I'll go to Christine Colley. Ms. Colley, I will allow you to talk. Then you have to unmute yourself and you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
This is Christine Colley speaking. My husband and I live at 611, immediately to the north of Windhurst. So we're neighbors of the parcel in question. I noted at several points the presentation remarked on retaining a prominent viewer role, keeping prominent Windhurst as the historic building on the property. And yet, the views that we see, and I recognize that the drawings are there to show as clearly as possible the design of the proposed building. But the way things have worked out from the south, in order to look at Windhurst at all, one would have to stand in a relatively narrow passageway on that walkway and look up at it. From the fraternity side of in other words, the outgoing part of the circle, there are now shrubs. I don't know whether they're going to be included in a final site plan or not, that show that obscure the view of the side of the building. The north side of the parcel backs up against our house, number 611, and the house that's been discussed at several points, number 625. So there's no view for the public walking or driving by of the historic house from the north. The new building almost completely obscures Windhurst from the west. And the spaces, the comment which has just been made about the terrace, when you picture what the views would be in order to see those windows on the west side of the historic building, or really any view of the historic building, you've got to stand in a terrace reduced to, what was it, 20 feet?
12 feet.
12 feet, and look up at a rather tall building. Yes, Windhurst remains, the roof at least, remains a little bit higher than the proposed added building, but the angle from which you view walking on the walkways around the circle or driving around the circle means that you're not even going to see the roof because there's another mass in front of it obscuring the view. I did understand, perhaps I'm wrong here, that one purpose of a historic neighborhood was to keep the views of historic buildings, perhaps particularly the two oldest buildings in the area, or the three, available to the public so that they contribute to the character of the neighborhood. I think that's why they're called contributing buildings. But that is a concern, that the views of Wyndhurst become from very tight spaces, many of which are not available to the general public walking by. And there is really not much left. Unfortunately, when the apartment building was built in 1928, the view of the front facade was obscured quite tightly.
Ms. Colley, I apologize,
there's
I'm
not
gonna have to
much
cut you off. Do you have a final quick statement?
Oh, no, that's it.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm sorry about that. Robert, is there any way to get the timer back up?
Usually Joe Rice.
Okay, I've got my
covers it,
watch
but he
in front
stepped
of me.
out. But I can do a stopwatch on my phone if you'd like.
I'm watching one, and just the public can't see how much time they've got left when they're talking. But
Yeah.
I'll make do.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry, Carl.
That's all right. I don't blame
So
Joe for not watching this whole thing.
it's okay. Thank you, Ms. Colley, for your comment. Next up with their hand raised is Lisa Kendrick again. Ms. Kendrick, I will allow you to talk now.
Hi, thank you. One of the things I want to say is that Preston Court apartment building was built in 1928, and there are multiple homes on Preston Place that were built well before 1928, including the Colleys that you just spoke to, my house, the house next door to me, the Turner's house, let's see, the Matheson's house, the Wright's house was built in 1939. The Marshall's house the Stevens house is 1929. So, I mean, it's not like the Preston Court apartment building was built first and everybody else around it. The fraternities were built about the same time. Even 1928 also was the Sigma Chi house. So, and one of the things I want to say is that clearly during that time period, because they were built as fraternity houses then, is that residential living, many people in one building, can be done beautifully. We see that with the fraternities. We have seen that with the beautiful addition that has been done. It's fairly invisible. You get to see these lovely buildings that all contribute, to this neighborhood. They were some of the foundations of this neighborhood. And it's just surprising to me that we cannot come up with something that really, a building, a design that contributes to the whole community. It is clearly a nod to Preston Court Apartments, and the mass of Preston Court Apartments does face Grady Avenue, which is a much larger street. Preston Place is a one-way, very narrow street. And it just seems that after all this time, all these really talented people could come up with a design that really does support, enhance, and contribute to this historical neighborhood that's going to be left after we're all gone. And to look back and go, wow, they really did a good job of protecting this neighborhood. Rather than, like when you drive down West Main, you kind of go, oh my gosh. You look over at Wirtland and you go, how in the world did that get passed? And so let's not do that to Preston Place. You really could say the exterior of that building that is designed, that's proposed, that you are looking at, does not go with this neighborhood. It does not contribute to this neighborhood. Ask yourself the questions that, does it contribute to the neighborhood? Is it consistent with the other buildings in the neighborhood? And what's its effect overall on Preston Place? It is not a contributing a design. And the other thing that I've heard recently is, think of the aesthetics as aesthetics. Is it acceptable or not? And I've heard you all in other meetings be very detailed. Thank you. I'm sorry.
That's all right. No, thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
And actually, for the rest of the public, I'm going to raise my hand when you got about 30 seconds left, just so you have some cue. How much the 3 minutes goes by really fast. I know. But thank you for your comment, Mrs. Kendrick.
Thank you, Ms. Kendrick. So next up, we have Larry Good and Elizabeth Turner again. So I will allow you to talk.
Okay, we each have something to say. I wanted to comment that I think Christine Colley is pointing to an important flaw in the proposed design, which is the sheer mass of the building. It should be smaller. It is far too large. It encroaches on the stairs and the patio on the west side of the historical building. And I think it is just too large. This is not a neighborhood of 3-story buildings. And I think this is something that needs to be remediated in the design. Beth, do you want to comment?
I think the beauty of the diversity of our neighborhood, and we welcome a multi-family or multi-unit building. It's the objection is not there. The objection is to the fact that they are attempting to put a commercial design, something that looks more like a motel in its commercial metal and severe features. And then the other thing is its obsequiousness to Preston Court Apartments. Preston Court Apartments towers over our little street, the little dip in the road. The students that inevitably open their doors, blast their music, stand on every balcony, every chance they get. You can hear everything that goes on. So the noise pollution of those balconies is only going to be replicated by the balconies that are retained on the front of those 2 massive buildings that are being inserted into the hill and abutting Windhurst. It replicates the backside of Preston Court Apartments as well. If you want to look at what's similar, look at the backside of Preston Court Apartments and look at the walls of those massive walls that we are expected to see continue down our street, and the noise continue down our street.
Thank you, Mrs. Turner.
We get the worst of all worlds with that. It does not add up historically. There's no harmony, and it's not appropriate. And you folks are tasked with finding out what is appropriate. We depend on you, and you are an experienced board. There's more talent there than in many city boards. I really hope that you can see that there is no appropriateness to this design, only to maximize the FAR.
Thank you, Ms. Turner and Mr. Good. Next up, we have Jenny Keller again. Ms. Keller, I will allow you to talk and you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Carl, staff, Mr. Riddle, colleagues. Genevieve Keller, representing Preservation Piedmont, including 5 former BAR members who reviewed this application at the requests of neighbors. We urge you to recommend modifying the proposal to achieve a more harmonious fit. Individually protected Windhurst should be a major concern, but is noticeably neglected. This project needs more reference to and repair for this immediate historic neighbor. You would be justified actually in denying this project because the new construction just does not fit into its immediate context. But in the spirit of our time and our place, it is more reasonable to modify this proposal so that 3 centuries of architecture could coexist better on this site. Windhurst needs more breathing room, as we just saw, to be compatible with distances between buildings in the neighborhood also. Activating Windhurst by providing a stronger visual connection across the whole site, perhaps with new pathways, would help blend new with old. Preston Court, however, is a strong architectural statement that can take a lot and still hold its own. We commend the restrained facade approach of the new construction. The elements line up. There's a balance of solid and void, which all help. Shutters are a nice feature, but still there is the feeling of a generic building that will not match anything on its street in form or color. The intent should be a contemporary background building rather than one designed to stand out. Sometimes a darker building recedes, but that doesn't appear to be the case here. The infill needs to respond to the existing buildings. For greater compatibility, try considering lighter colors that work better with those buildings. A move away from the dark grayish green. Using a lighter color for shutters and doors would help. The dark color is a current fashion color, so staying with the existing palette is more timeless. Please listen to neighbors for guidance about the open stair and balconies. The visibility of the stairs, an architecturally dominant feature, and the central entry in such a void departs from most traditional local architecture. Certainly an ambiguous void occupied by a stairway. It's not Park Lane. The prominent central threshold being an overhang all the way up on the third floor is not that effective visually. Perhaps designers could turn to a landscape solution for more sense of entrance to compensate for the central entry as a void. There's a significant massing issue in the big cutout driveway to the basement that will probably turn out to be a huge gaping hole diving into the ground. It's difficult to understand the retaining walls for the garage drive and up to the entry. We're not clear if they're like the perspective rendering of the 3D lighting diagram. There's a lot going on with the grade, the retaining walls, the steps to the building. We urge you to dig deeper into these drawings for inconsistencies. Site elements and landscape quality are important and may be one of the best things about this project. Retaining canopy trees, real fieldstone, and the bluestone caps as proposed should be required conditions. We're pleased that canopy creating trees are being proposed, but are concerned that vegetation is being squeezed or affected by construction and will be lost. When the ash tree goes, as most agree it will, the lot will feel very different, so please think about that. You can approve a successful blending of old and new if you pay attention to these details, require more information and visuals, and ensure compliant implementation without cutting quality details. This is a wonderfully rare opportunity for a juxtaposition of buildings from 3 centuries. Succinctly, the best thing about this project is that it can be tweaked and made better, and it can be accomplished without losing historic buildings. That is still a plus. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny.
Thank you, Ms. Keller. Next, we have Jean Hyatt. Ms. Hyatt, I will allow you to talk, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Okay, I unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So I'm Jean Hyatt, and I live at 1719 Meadowbrook Heights Road, formerly for 39 years on Rugby Avenue. And actually, I'm a long ago BAR member, and I was involved in the designation of the street as part of the Rugby Road University Circle Venable Neighborhood ADC District. So I'm especially concerned about what's going on. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. So I can see that the architect has done a good job of checking off a lot of the items on the ADC district design criteria. However, there are a lot of points that are not being considered. And I actually urge you not to award this certificate of appropriateness today, and that more work is done on this before that happens. Keep in mind that City of Charlottesville seeks to assure the new structures are in harmony with their settings and environs in historic districts. That's actually written up in your design guidelines. And now I'm looking at Chapter 3 of the design guidelines. Let's see. No, actually, this is part of your of staff report. Spacing. The new building actually does not adhere to what's recommended, and what's recommended is that new building should be 30 feet to 46 feet from existing buildings, and it's only 22 feet from 2 adjacent buildings according to the map. I think that's probably been changed a little bit, but that's what I saw earlier. Lighting, please require that the building adheres to dark sky guidelines. This actually is not in your design guidelines yet, but should be. There should be no spillover light into the neighborhood. Another point is parking. Parking, according to the guidelines, should not be next to historic buildings. And then in historic buildings, there.
You got about 30 seconds left, Ms. Hyatt.
Oh boy, I have so much more to say. All right, I'll skip a couple things. The entranceway should be a key feature, and this is not the case. You can hardly notice where the entranceway is. And there should be in foundations in historic districts that you should distinguish the foundation from the actual structure. And according to the guidelines, there should be more void than voids, more wall than voids, and that's not the case. The windows kind of take over the building. I'm wondering about the height. It seems like the height of the two different sections are not the same height, but I'm not sure. That according to the drawings, it looks like they're not the same height. And then I would like that you require that the Windhurst be rehabilitated and maintained as part of a future certificate. And I hope that a certificate is not given this evening until more issues are dealt with. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hyatt. Finally, the last raised hand I see is Paul Wright. Mr. Wright, again, I will allow you to talk and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Paul Wright, and I live at 612 Preston Place. And as the board's aware, you are all entrusted to follow the code that asserts within the city's historic districts, new structures, landscape, and other related elements will be in harmony with their setting and environments. What this latest submission seems to be doing is taking an unremarkable building that contains little design legacy from its surroundings, removing costly brickwork from a previous submittal, and painting it green, then surrounding it with extensive plantings. This is the practical effect of attempting architectural camouflage more than a serious attempt at coordinating harmonious design in a historical district. Within your deliberations today, I hope you might focus on the use of stucco. EIFS isn't as durable, application isn't the problem, and it is unfair to equate the two. If they want stucco, make them build stucco. Also, please consider the merit of taking a light-colored stucco all the way to the ground without requiring some sort of water table is not good design given the clay splashing that will certainly occur. In the western elevation, this view has been covered by planting, but the orange splash of clay will certainly cover the base of the lighter green stucco unless a water table is added to echo the rock walls being considered as part of the landscaping. For some in the community who have defended this building as part of the missing middle of housing, let me disabuse you of that notion. This building will most likely be among the highest square footage student rental housing ever built. I know this because the Preston Court apartments next door are currently getting $4,500 a month for a 3-bedroom apartment. Perhaps some of the revenues could be used for better design or to pay for real stucco. In the submittal pack, Park Lane Apartments are used as a precedent, but that's a brick structure and was renovated and not a new construction. All the other precedents were all brick and have defined entablature and lack stucco. I can only guess that Altamont Circle apartment, which shares little design elements with the submittal, was included to remind the board of how bad exterior apartment design can be. As you look at these precedents and actually make this building supply the very design details that are glaringly absent from this submittal. It's my hope that the board will defend architectural integrity of the historic contributing structures and demand more than the submittal provides today. I've watched this board attention to detail and lengthy discussion that has accompanied nearly every other structure that has been built in the last few years in this neighborhood. And I ask you apply that same vigor to this submittal. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for your service.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. So with that, Carl, I don't see any more raised hands for comment.
All right. Well, comments from the board. Don't make me
All
call
right,
on people.
I'll go first, and I have found a value in having a public hearing and listening to the public. And whereas when we looked at this previously, I was more receptive to the design, but I have to say something said tonight has made me reconsider, and that is that previously I had looked at this new building as being a partner with Preston Place. But rethinking that and knowing that its context is more to the circle and to the residences around the circle, and its proximity to the next door neighbor, the house next door, I'm really believing that it is an inappropriate design, that the design needs to have more of a gesture towards the neighborhood. And that makes it a very difficult, a challenging design because it also is right next to Preston Place. But, you know, I think that the architects are talented enough to be able to accept that challenge. But I have gotten to the point where I cannot support this in its current design, because I see it now through the neighbor's eyes as being more related to the circle neighborhood than its relationship to Preston Place. And I also feel like there needs to be more space between the historic building Wyndham next door and this new construction. So went out on a limb.
Thank you, Jody. All right, I will jump in. Oh, Brick, go ahead.
I'll go. There's and thank you both to the architects and to the community members for attending today. It's helpful to have all of the comments incorporated. There are some things about this project that I think have been successful and continue to be successful. Some things that I'm definitely concerned about. I'll begin with the ones that a few notes of the things that I am positive about. I'm satisfied with some of the research regarding the Bluestone Terrace that is a later addition, and that there might be a reasonable reconstitution of that terrace in a future project. I think also the planting palette is generally a really good one, made chiefly of native species that will do well. But I have one comment that'll come up later. There's been some discussion about the entranceway, and I've been thinking about it. And it's been discussed as a negative by some. On the other hand, I think one thing that it does that's very positive, and I hope the neighbors will understand this, in that by having that gap between the two volumes, and it's even been described as two volumes by a number of people tonight, it does break down the apparent scale, or has the potential to, of the structure, and giving it a little bit more verticality as it relates to the street. And makes it it relates more to the scale of residential units. If it were, as some had suggested, more solid or more of a destination, then all of a sudden that facade gets awfully large and much more broad than it is. I actually think that the massing is is okay. I think that some of the additional drawings that the architects have produced show that it does make some transition from the scale of Preston Place down to some of the residences, and is a reasonable solution from just a pure massing standpoint. And I think the language is also okay. And I know that there's been a lot of commentary about appropriateness and how we decide what that means. I just wanted to read something from the GAR guidelines on new construction that I think make a point of making a place for contemporary architecture in historic districts. The guidelines are flexible enough to both respect the historic past and to embrace the future. The intent of the guidelines is not to be overly specific or to dictate certain designs to owners and designers. The intent is also to not encourage copying or mimicking particular historic styles. These guidelines are intended to provide a general design framework for new construction. Designers can take cues from traditional architecture of the area and have the freedom to design appropriate new architecture for Charlottesville's historic districts. So I think that both, for me, the scale and the language is okay and could work here. I will get now to some of my real big concerns about the project and why I don't know that I could approve this as should presented tonight. The change in material from the brick to the stucco, I think, is a massive problem. I think it changes the materiality, it cheapens the appearance of the structure, and I think makes it doesn't have the elegance of the earlier scheme. I think the combination of the brick, even if it were a different color brick, would be a much more elegant solution. And I think it does tend to bring up other visual references when it goes to that into that material. Secondly, a few other kind of more minor, well, in a few other things. The vine boxes, I just don't think that there's any way that would work as a way of sustaining the vines in that condition. Yes, you might get enough depth of soil, but the problem in my mind is also that soil volume is exposed, it's likely to freeze. I think that'd be a very difficult condition for vines to thrive. So I'd encourage a different approach. I'm really concerned about the deodoras. They are important to the neighborhood, and those site walls and potential utility trenching could be an issue. I like the suggestion of the shagbark hickory in the planting plan, but that can be a very difficult to establish species, and normally you can't get them very large in the trade because they're difficult to transplant. I think there probably could be, we haven't spoken a lot about it, I think because of other issues, but given some of the concerns raised by Preservation Piedmont, I think some subtle changes could make more of the connection from the Windhurst entrance to the alleyway through the block. That could give it a little bit more prominence and make more reference to that being the historic entrance to the house rather than feeling like backside entry. And lastly, I am concerned about the condition of Windhurst, and it does not appear to have been a property that's been maintained well over the years. It has appears to have some real significant issues, and although the architects are not involved in that renovation project, I think it's worth asking about and finding out how we can be better convinced of the upkeep of that historic home as a part of this project that is so closely related. Thank you.
Sherry.
So I guess my analysis is mostly to check down the new construction guidelines in Chapter 3 of our ADC guidelines, and just to as objectively as possible weigh this application in light of those that apply or would be most important for us to review and to bind, hold this application to. So I'm not so well organized as Breck is, just say the positives first and the negative last. So this is just my balancing analysis, which is sort of just going down the guidelines. Similar to Breck, I don't have a problem with the massing. I do applaud the applicant in creating these two structures that break that up. And I think that goes a long way, that thoughtfulness goes a long way to help, the volume that'll be on this small part of the parcel, but also the density that'll be there. I don't have a problem with the flat roof. I'm convinced that there are other flat roofs, obviously right next door, but also in other ADC districts, and certainly for a new construction, that's not the most offensive thing. And I applaud the applicant for pointing out some other examples of flat roofs. One of our guidelines says if you do have a garage or parking entrance to sort of diminish the look of it, and certainly the applicants have tried to do that by reducing the width down to 20 feet if the city will allow that, and also by the stone wall and landscaping and other compensation. I do think that the relegated parking underneath is a really nice way to handle that, and it's not inexpensive, and that has been done in response to comments that we had that there shouldn't be a parking lot right next to Windhurst, the historic structure. So I applaud the applicant for responding to that and modifying the plan accordingly. I do agree with comments that have been made about the switch in exterior material to stucco. We also, because of this format, we don't get to look at samples, but we also weren't sent really any information about whether this is going to be EIFS, which is expressly discouraged by our guidelines, or whether it would be authentic stucco. And I know we've gotten into hilarious discussions before about concerning my lack of knowledge about different types of stucco, but we won't go there again. But we didn't even get specs or cut sheets or anything like that. So I share some comments about that. And I also think that the retreat from brick is a negative on this application. Our guidelines state that entrances should be significant in historic, in a historic district, that the entrances, there should be a raised surround, and maybe the entrances should not be flush with the exterior walls, and this certainly doesn't meet that. So again, I know that we made some comments last time around about how to deal with this entrance, but I just don't think that, I think that something could be done. And I think I even ended up saying this at the last meeting, I can't design it, I don't know what it is, but I feel like there should be something at this entrance if we continue to go with these two sort of demi-structures. There really is no emphasis on the foundation or the cornice, and maybe going to a brick material would offer an opportunity for that. But our guidelines do say that foundations and cornices should be evident in our buildings. I do support the use of these Juliet balconies. I would say for members of the neighboring properties that I think you can only stand on them. I don't think you could even sit out there. And one of our ADC guidelines is that there should be semi-public or porches that address the exterior, and I think these meet that. I understand there's always concern about noise and disruption, especially with what's now a parking lot being turned into a residential building, but I think that's more of a zoning matter and it's out of our purview, those impacts are. I think that's it. My only last comment is just to say that I think that the steps maybe coming from the historic structure could serve as an opportunity. If they do need to be demolished, they need to be called out. Perhaps that's a connectivity opportunity because they might line up with the center stairwell of the new building. Not an architect can't do it, but would be curious what can be done there. Anyway, thank you.
Go for it, James.
All righty. So I think Jody's echoing some of what I brought up back in May, that I felt like this site was a little more related back to the neighborhood. But I do want to start by saying I thank Kevin for putting together a really good presentation. I mean, he obviously put a lot of effort into addressing a lot of our concerns, and I think some of the community's concerns, whether folks agree or disagree. I think it should be recognized he put a lot of effort into it. And I also think Genevieve has given us a good charge that we actually have a really good opportunity to make this something that fits in well, and I hope we can get there. I don't think I could approve what's presented tonight, but I wrote some notes down and I'll spout some things off and see what ideas might stick. I do think the addition of the window muntins to the balcony doors gives it a little more residential feel and breaks down the scale. I think the idea, if the stucco is what we stay with, the exploring some lighter color, lighter tone stuccos may be appropriate. I think one of the members of the public who called in and suggested possibly doing the stone down low as sort of a splash block is a good idea. One thing I started thinking about, and I don't know if Robert, are we allowed to pull the PDF back up? Slide 67 is the west elevation. In terms of massing, also I think that last speaker mentioned that a two-story building might be more appropriate. And I wonder if one of the ways we work ourselves through this is to really think of these as two buildings. The south wing that's closer to Preston Court Apartments, and then the north wing that's a little more engaged with the neighborhood. And I wonder if the south wing remains 3 stories and then the north wing could be shortened to 2 stories, so that it sort of steps down the hill. It also looks like that would reveal a lot more of the west elevation of Windhurst proper, if you can see it kind of ghosting behind the applicant's building here. And even in the 2 different wings, aesthetically treating them differently. Maybe we have some brick detailing on one, stucco on the other. Really trying to get creative with making them look different. I think that would also lend towards the more smaller scale residential feel of the neighborhood. Let's see. That maybe is really what I was getting at. I think the use of natural materials, I appreciate their response to my comment on the brick retaining wall by going to stone there. I think that's pretty successful. I do support efforts to save the Deodoras, air spading, potentially cantilevered their concrete wall footing so it goes back under the sidewalks away from the trees might be a way to be successful there. So I guess my main point is I wonder if there's a way of thinking of these as sort of two separate buildings within one site. I welcome thoughts.
All right, I will go ahead. I apologize because I think I'm going to be contradicting some people. I'm still really hung up on the open stair, extremely hung up on the open stair, and I think that actually is that is going to be a deal breaker for me. I don't think that this is actually going to read as 2 buildings, regardless of that open stair or not. I think you're getting more out of the step back in the facade. And looking at precedents around the city, and then also, where I mentioned to you a long time ago, I feel like a building like this, a 3-story walk-up, is perfectly acceptable and perfectly can fit in very well, very comfortably, and be a beneficial, can benefit a district like this. A lot of that comes from my experience living in St. Louis, where I remember seeing 3-story walk-ups jammed right next to big, expensive houses, and it wasn't, nobody batted an eye. It wasn't a problem. And the scale works out just fine. We see that on the University Circle, and some of those buildings are, even the smaller apartment buildings on University Circle are bigger in footprint than the houses next to them. So I'm not sure, if dividing this into 2 buildings doesn't seem to do anything for me. And as one long facade, it's still the same width as the house just to the north. But one of the things that I did find in trying to look at precedents is I did not find a lot of open stairs, and when I did, they gave the impression that I expressed last time, which is kind of a feeling of cheapness, which I know is not what you're going for, but it definitely reads as an apartment building, and I think it makes it less compatible with this neighborhood, especially this specific neighborhood. I know we approved a building with an open stair, a very large, wide open stair in the middle of it, down on Virginia Avenue, but that is that's a different context. Anyways, that's my ramble on the stair. I do support the massing. I think that this is definitely something that can be done, and I think we're going to see a lot of this throughout the city if the land use map ends up becoming a reality. I don't think that's a problem, but it is. Yeah, I think it that in itself makes this building unfortunately incompatible with this specific neighborhood. I think there's a I know you're trying not to provide, you're trying to create a modern building with pared down detail, but the most successful examples I've seen of these apartment buildings inserted as infill in single family neighborhoods have more residential detail. And I think that this, providing an entryway and then masking that stair could provide an opportunity for some of that detail. I'll stop there.
Can I say something before we move on? So I won't keep us because we've been at this for like 2 hours, and obviously everyone is very strong on both sides as far as applicants and the residents. But pretty much everything's been said here, really. But I want to strongly advocate that the applicant listens or heeds our advice, but also listens to the residents. Those voices matter. And obviously we're not going to vote on this in your favor tonight, but I think this building is awesome. But it's not having a cohesive conversation with the architectural landscape that it needs to. And so, like I said, listen to us, but also listen to these people, these folks who showed up tonight, because they live here. And that's really important. That's why we're here.
I'll say something. I guess 2 things, or more than 2 things, obviously. One, I'm kind of inclined to agree with Carl in as much as I think the drawings are kind of deceptive about that hall. Also, acoustically, it'll be just a boombox of a space. And I think I appreciate the intent to separate the 2 volumes. I think that's fundamentally successful. But I also think that would also be, I don't think that would be compromised by glazing that in and also playing with where the plane of the entrance is relative to the building. I find the material changes to be not beneficial. I think, you know, the modularity of the brick and sort of the scale it brought to it made it less monolithic, made it talk more to, you know, the existing structures. Combining that with the stone base, I don't see any problem with brick and stone as a combination. That's pretty common in old buildings, certainly, and even in modern ones. But I think, you know, the elevation on the west is fundamentally successful, and I also think the elevation between Precedent Place and the new building is successful. I think the one on page, let's see, let me get the right one. There's an elevation view. Oh, let's see, view page 77. Robert, it's a perspective. That is a bit grim, especially, again, kind of comparing it to the house right next to it. Obviously, plantings would help, but I think that's really, at this point, the least successful elevation from my perspective. And then, unfortunately, I think one of the things that broke it up successfully before were the Juliet balconies that were along there, you know, where it broke the scale down. And then the other item that I think is a little problematic is how close it is to the old house. I mean, that terrace, if we go back to the plan view, which is on page 65, or better yet, go to the one that's even got the, actually, where's the one that's actually got the footprint of the rooms in it? Because you can kind of see it better that way. Do we not have one?
I don't think that's in this packet. That was the last.
Oh, that's in the earlier packet. Okay. Because I was just going back and forth between those two packets. So if we go to, it just seems to me that it's about, you know, 10 feet too narrow in there. It's a little bit too close to the house. And if they were farther apart, you'd be able to get a planter or something in there. I realize that probably whacks one row of bedrooms out all the way up. But that does feel, that terrace is kind of a non-starter with the building so close together. But I think nonetheless, I still think generally, I think the scale of the building is correct. I think the two facades, the one facing the west and the one facing, Precedent Place. If you look at the perspective view, I think that's all pretty successful, although I have a problem with the materials palette. I think the one facing the driveway is, as I said, pretty grim. I think there needs to be some way of breaking that up, whether it's with brick or, you know, something where it's not just all one material. And I don't think dropping the left, as you're looking from the west elevation, dropping the left facade does the trick. I think it's more about getting more modulation on that side, and then also doing, perhaps a peninsula to get some trees and things in there on that driving area. Anyway. But I think that elevation is the most problematic to me right now. But I do think the distance of that from the old house is on the house to the left of it. If you're looking at the west elevation, that is successful, and that is partially caused as a result of that drive through there. But I think it needs some street trees or some approach to narrowing its apparent size down. So that's my 10 cents.
So I think we've provided a lot of disparate information or feedback, unfortunately. How many people here could make a motion tonight to approve with some conditions? I'm not seeing anyone. So Kevin, I think what you're getting, and you guys correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this is something that we all want to approve, but we're all struggling for different reasons with it. So I'm not sure what advice to give you. What would you like to do? Or do you have questions for us, or?
I appreciate the comments. Really thoughtful, very helpful. I also, by the way, appreciate the comments from the neighbors who, we have made efforts to meet with on site and keep the conversation going. I just wanted to emphasize that. I know that in their minds, we have not been as responsive as they would prefer to their concerns, but we've been making, every effort to listen to them. I've expressed to them that they can email us and call us anytime if they want to make suggestions or offer observations. With your comments, again, thank you. Everybody on the BAR really kind of laid out, I think, rather specifically and usefully the issues you have. With you, Jody, I was wondering, you were a little more general in your observations about this building and in your mind being inappropriate. I just wondered if you wanted to describe anything specifically, perhaps about the massing, the footprint, the colors, the materials, with which you have a difference.
Kevin, I just see it as a interesting and very difficult, challenging design project in mediating or transitioning from the Preston Place building to the neighborhood behind it. And I see Ural's building as having more to do with the neighborhood behind it. Beyond that, I don't want to get into. I did make a mistake in not including the guideline that I was leaning upon for my comments, and it's the Secretary Standards for the Interior, Secretary of the Interior Standards for Rehabilitation, Standard number 1, which includes the new work shall be compatible with the massing, size, scale, and architectural features to protect the historic integrity of the property and its environment. So I'm not seeing that it's compatible with the features and the other elements of the residential part of the neighborhood.
I see.
That is the historic district.
Right. When we're assessing the appropriateness and you're referencing the Secretary's standards for rehabilitation, and then we look to some of the guidelines that the BAR offers that I believe Brett quoted from earlier. The guideline seems to suggest that there's a lot of flexibility, and that indeed a building that doesn't make a lot of obvious references to or take cues from surrounding architecture can still be potentially successful.
That's true. That's true. And even in the Secretary Standards, it tells us to differentiate between the historic and the new.
Mm-hmm.
So it's why we have architects. Sorry. Kevin, I feel for you. I really do. This is a very difficult problem, and I just feel like it hasn't made that gesture, hasn't made the hasn't been polite to the residential neighborhood behind Preston Place.
So like when you look at the expanded elevation west, we look at that elevation, and I understand a lot of people on the BAR have differences with the move to stucco, with the open stairway, but I guess to my eye, I don't see something that's egregiously out of step. the Preston Court Apartments, I think for some people looking at this neighborhood, there's a tendency to keep holding them apart. And I understand they are somewhat exceptional. At the same time, though, they're inevitably kind of always in your view. You know, when you turn onto the circle, they are there, and they extend deep into it. And so I guess one of the things we saw that's, you know, relative to that building, it appears that the scale and the touches we have in our own building are not a big departure from that, and even serve to some extent as a transition. And even if you look at the house to the north, 625, it's a house that's rather big, and it's absorbed some additions over the years. And yeah, I'll end my comment there.
Well, and just looking at that again, Robert, could you pull it up again? So it had the new design has more to do with Preston Place than it does with the residential community. And just look at the roof lines. And I know that Preston Place has a flat roof, and this does too, but not the rest of this community does. So, I mean, I thought James made an important comment, or a potentially valuable comment, in talking about a step down from the south to the north portion of the building. Those two elements, and something that I don't know. I'm not going to go beyond there because I don't want to design it for you. I think you but I see a huge difference between Preston Place and that residence on the left. And I don't see that your building has mediated between the two.
I see. Okay, I think, Carl, as far as an action tonight, we prefer to defer.
Okay. Thank you for offering that. Would anybody like to accept the applicant's request for deferral?
A second.
And
second.
Jody. Okay.
I will call a vote for the motion. Mr. Zemer. Oh.
Am I allowed to toss out another just crazy idea before we vote?
You're pushing it.
Food for thought. Food for thought. Maybe take a cue from Windhurst, turn the thing 90 degrees, and make the alley between Preston Court Apartments and Windhurst a true pedestrian alley, where both of those two buildings front on that alley. But I vote yay to accept their deferral.
The one thing I was just want to say one thing, kind of following up on what Jody was saying, is, and a little bit of what James was saying, although I'm not sure about stepping it, but you know, one thing might be actually to do some sort of a counter punch, you know, some sort of a horizontal element at the second floor line or third floor line that in essence picks up the horizontal game going on over with the you know, that portico on Preston Place, but it does also bring it down. That one horizontal line actually lines up with the eave of the house immediately next to it. I'm not sure whether maybe instead of accentuating the vertical, maybe it's a question of picking up the horizontals you already have and playing with those a little bit harder. I don't know.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, I appreciate those comments, and James too. Yeah, thanks.
All right, Robert.
Okay, so I received a yes vote from Mr. Zemer. I'll continue. Mr. Lehendro.
Yes. Aye.
Mr. Gastinger.
Aye.
Mr. Moore.
Aye.
Miss Lewis.
Aye.
Mr. Edwards.
Aye.
And Mr. Schwartz.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Thank you, Kevin. Keep talking to the neighbors.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Good night.
Thank you.
I apologize, guys. I need a 5-minute break. Are we good with that?
Sure. We will reconvene at 7:56.
How are you doing, Carl?
I am doing all right.
Your cat's behaving tonight?
Mostly.
That's good.
Yeah. They're, I think they've gotten out of the kitten stage. So, yeah. I was a little more worried about the dog that hadn't been out for, forgot to let her out before our meeting. James, that was an interesting idea that you tossed out there at the end.
Yeah, sorry, just kind of, if you look at slide 75, the kind of perspective that shows the front of Windhurst, it kind of, maybe that's the way you could have your open stair, because it wouldn't be facing onto the street, really. It'd be more, and it also might afford an opportunity to really develop the terrace between the new property or the new building and Windhurst as sort of a gathering space between those two buildings.
And give a little more prominence back to, I mean, I guess you'd create more of an artificial roadway through there, which I think they had at one point, and it kind of went away.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would certainly be pedestrian, but we kind of just give both of those a front yard. Might
Wouldn't that nuke the Deodoras?
I don't think so.
Oh, you might. It might.
I mean, not in the rendering. I mean,
it's almost square in plan.
As Jody said, that's why they have architects.
That's right. It's just an idea.
I just worry about it getting really flat on the Preston Place facade.
Yeah.
No, I mean, they do show steps up in this view. Anyway.
Still waiting on Jody and Sherry, I
I
think.
know, it came to mind, I was driving around in Charlottesville looking at many of these different scaled buildings while we were talking in Google. And the building at the corner of JPA, shoot, now where is it? Right at
JPA and JPA.
JPA.
The one that Fred and Dave did, that one?
It's kind of an EFS building, but it's similar in proportion and is separated by, I don't know if it's the stair balconies. Yeah, it's where JPA changes right at, yeah, that one. I mean, for those, I don't know, say what you will, but if the stucco went lighter, that's kind of what you're talking about.
Yeah. Is everyone back? Sherry, you back? Sherry's back. We still need Jody.
I'm back.
Jody's back. All right, let's get moving.
All right, you want to go? Ready to go? So next up, this is within a historic conservation district. And Jody had asked earlier about, make sure I clarify, and I will. So this is a COA request to construct a first floor addition, actually two additions, on one on the north side and one on the south side of this house. And I know this is a great example of a family wants to age in place, so they're doing the adaptations to the house now. And I've talked to Mr. Zeller about it. It's the proposal. I won't get into I know it's late, so I'm not going to read through all of this, but I did want to touch on. Let me find my notes. Sorry, everything's too big. So just, to clarify again, within a conservation district, historic conservation district, very different from an ADC, different from an IPP. And the the district designation was established intentionally to have a lighter hand and be less rigid than the ADC and IPP guidelines. And the intent was to preserve character defining elements of the neighborhood to ensure that new construction is and to assure that new construction is not inappropriate to that character, while minimally imposing on current residents who may want to upgrade their homes. And one of the things that's important in an HC district versus others is the primary facade is the key. Things that are to the rear of the house, if they're not visible from the street, you all don't even review. So, I offered my general comments. We recommend approval, and I listed some elements here that I wanted clarified, and I believe they have addressed those. So you all can go through that list, and then Mr. Alejandro asked about the guidelines. Pretty much, I think I left, like that is the entire, pretty much the guideline for the Historic Conservation District. So I don't know, Jody, if there was a particular piece that you were, the thing is, a lot of these are written for these conservation districts, really written in terms of new construction. That was particularly with Martha Jefferson, where this came to be, was with the Martha Jefferson Hospital moving, a lot of concern that buildings would knock down and sort of change. So the impetus for creating this conservation district was to make sure that what came in, to have some way to tap the brakes on demolitions, and then certainly be able to review new things that came in. So that's why you see the guidelines really geared towards something new. And then as far as the architectural character defining features, and those are what you would look to for, are they being preserved? Are they being addressed here within the conservation district? And to that extent, the only thing that I raised with the architect, and I point out to you all, is that we do have the roof, I'm sorry, the window alignments, single window over a single window, and then a single window over the door. That is consistent there. I only saw a couple of addresses where that has been altered. So, just looking at that primary facade, that would be something you all should take, maybe have a discussion about. Otherwise, I think everything else is, it lays lightly on that front facade, and it's not at all inconsistent with what some other things that you've approved. And I think Kevin's laid that out in their submittal as well, showing what's been looked at. So, like I said, my recommendation or staff recommendation was for the approval of the COA, and then it has, of course, going through these 5 bullet items and making sure that they're satisfactorily addressed. Do you have any questions for me?
So, Kevin, you have a pretty complete application. Do you or the sellers have anything you want to add?
Yeah, if you don't mind, I will take just a few moments to address the comments or notes for discussion that Jeff has raised. My name's Kevin Schaefer. I'm with Design Develop, and I'm representing the owners at 603 Lexington Ave, Mr. Rick and Mrs. Jenny Zeller, who are also joining us on this call. As always, I want to begin by thanking Jeff and Robert for their guidance and also the comments, the staff report, and the notes that Jeff just made. I appreciate those thoughts. I'd like to just take a few minutes to touch briefly on the goals of the project and our strategy for remaining in keeping with the architectural considerations of the Conservation District. Per the criteria for approval set forth in section 34-341, which is the criteria for approval for applications within a historic conservation district. Rick and Jenny approached Design Develop with the idea of creating a main level master suite for their home to be able to accommodate aging in place and extend their lives in the home that they've grown to love. Rick and Jenny have been in the house for over a decade now, They've both been very considerate owners of the home, preserving and protecting key historic elements whenever possible, and making few modifications to the house in general, as well as being stewards of the neighborhood. Rick serves on the Martha Jefferson Neighborhood Association Board, and both he and Jenny are passionate about this place. I think it's a relevant conversation tonight with the BAR and some of the BAR muscles that you can flex regarding the proposed zoning. But Rick has been very active in understanding that zoning and gathering community feedback. You can go to the next slide. As we all know, historic homes are not particularly conducive to accessibility considerations. Tight stairways, narrow halls, and smaller than today's size bathrooms are found in this house, like so many others built in this time period. So in short, they'd like to enjoy this house for the foreseeable future, and they believe that creating a main level master suite and main level living will go a long way to achieve this goal. Next. Built on a relatively tight lot on Lexington Ave, especially in the side-to-side dimension. 603 Lexington Ave was originally constructed in 1890. And we began by evaluating opportunities to house this mass or house this new program in a separate mass, distinguishing a new mass and separating the master suite from the historic structure, both stylistically and from a massing perspective. However, and you can go to the next slide. This proved to be particularly challenging as the side yards cannot accommodate any addition. And the rear yard features a very beautiful, very modern screened-in porch and a kitchen addition and renovation, and a beautiful rear yard landscape terrace that was designed and constructed by the previous owners. Rick and Jenny, we walked the site, we talked through opportunities there, and it was determined to be desired to keep that screen porch. It's vital to how they live, and it should remain in place, and we agreed with that assessment. So if you go to the next page. Mr. Zeller pointed to a underutilized side portion of the wraparound porch as a place to potentially house a new bathroom for the conversion of this existing front parlor into a master suite. At just over 6 feet wide, this porch is not particularly functional, not particularly practical. It was rarely used, and it faces the immediate adjacent neighbor pretty closely to the left. So in closing, this side porch looked like a great opportunity to provide this new bathroom, a new closet, and then also a new sitting area off the existing living room, which occurs more in the middle of the house. Next slide. With this location in mind, we began to study the idea of enclosing this porch and how it would relate to the massing of the existing house. And we first explored a stucco version of this that would match the rest of the existing structure. But because it was under the existing side porch roof, the massing was very challenging to read. It read like an add-on. It looked out of place as we tried to mimic the existing conditions. And so in response, we've chosen to express this enclosure of the side porch as honestly as we could to make that revision legible as the building changes throughout time and throughout its use. Next slide. So we're using lap siding materials that have a historic precedent to continue to distinguish between the old and the new. Existing porch columns will remain in place and will be engaged into this new structure. Existing brick piers will be restored to align with the existing column locations. And then the proposed window placement maintains the rhythm and harmony of the existing windows on the upper floor. We'll talk a little bit more about the windows and talk about Jeff's point in just a little bit. On the next slide, we'll talk also about the addition on the north side. We've taken cues from this existing modern addition that happens on this side. And we've begun to extend that mass forward towards Lexington. On the next slide, you'll see an opportunity for us to create accessible main level laundry room and reconfigure what is currently a very tight, very inaccessible powder room into a more functional and usable half bath. To provide clarity to staff's questions about this location, the exterior material here is a charcoal painted stucco facade that we will continue to employ on the addition. Roof trim details, the foundation trim, foundation treatment, and window trim will all continue to emulate the existing addition. On the next slide. Despite moving forwards towards Lexington Avenue by about 13 feet, the addition will remain largely not visible on this north side due to extensive landscaping, a very tight side yard, and also this existing mechanical equipment. All of this is proposed with the standards for new construction and additions in mind. The form, height, scale, mass, and placement of the proposed construction is visually and architecturally compatible with the site and with the Martha Jefferson Conservation District. The overall proportion and size and placement of entrances and windows is in harmony with existing conditions. Next slide. The impact of the proposed change on the essential form and integrity of the existing building has been considered and mitigated through the clarity of and legibility of the addition as an enclosed side porch. And finally, the proposed changes have no negative impact on the Conservation District neighborhood. Next slide. To respond to staff's discussion topics, and we'll begin with the conversion of the front single window into a double window. You can see from this existing side elevation here, there is a precedent that's set forth within the house to have a double window that is directly below an existing single window. And so what we're going to do, and on the next slide, we kind of diagram out, is take that historic window that's from the side porch and relocate it thoughtfully to the front location, still directly under that single window on the second floor, to create much more natural light into this new bedroom for Mr. Zeller. Mr. Zeller has actually just had eye surgery today. I'm not sure if you can see him, but he's in the eye patch. And one of the things as we think about accessibility and aging in place is the requirement for natural light within a master bedroom. Sometimes that is overlooked in these historic houses. So that is the goal there and the thought behind why that may be appropriate. And if you go to the next slide, we can see how that's been thoughtfully done, aligned with the window above, and still is in keeping with the house as a whole. On the next slide, regarding staff's second comment, the composite panels that we're showing here are to be a smooth, hardy panel, and then we are applying PVC trim that is 1.5 inches wide by 3/4 inch deep to create those panels. We also have a PVC extruded sill that is serving as a visual continuation of that existing railing line, and it serves to cap the smooth hardy panel there. We're picking these materials based on longevity, durability, maintenance, and believe that they are in keeping with the historic precedents found within the neighborhood. On the next slide, we will see some information regarding the new windows. We've been working very closely with Larry Topping at Gaston Wyatt, who's the window supplier there, to specify and provide windows that will most closely match the profiles of the existing windows. Larry's been out to the site a few times and has visited the house to take a look at the existing historic windows and see what can be done that's compatible and in keeping with a proposed new window. So this is the Marvin Ultimate Double Hung G2 window. It's an aluminum clad wood with proposed simulated divided light with a spacer bar. The existing house features simple flat trim around the windows that we would continue to emulate on the proposed new windows. And proposed trim on the additions would be PVC, as I've mentioned, for longevity and durability. The next slide. So ultimately, the idea of the proposed additions in front of you today is to provide an appropriate and thoughtful resolution to the idea that buildings change over time with the people who inhabit them. And accommodating owners who value this historic significance of their homes will ultimately lead to these conservation districts remaining beautiful and noteworthy places within Charlottesville. And we're proud to have worked with such owners like Rick and Jenny. So with that being said, I'll again thank city staff for their support and guidance, and I'll open it up to any questions you may have for me.
Thank you, Kevin. Are there any questions from the public? Please raise your hand or press star 9.
Carl, I'm looking at the list of attendees and I don't see any raised hands.
Questions from the board? Nope. Okay, comments from the public, please raise your hand or press star 9.
Again, Mr. Chair, I don't see any comments.
Great. Comments from the board, or would anyone want to just make a motion?
Yeah, we got one comment. I guess I think it's clear y'all want to move the double window to the front. There's a little bit of discrepancy in your proposed application and exactly which windows are new, which ones are getting relocated. But I support moving the double window to the front. I think you've argued there's a precedent for it. But I'd also maybe encourage you, you've got another single window on that south elevation that's existing. And I wonder if you would consider moving that to the front as well for the walk-in closet, so that the front facade that faces the street has all historic windows, and then the south elevation has all new windows.
I think it's a great suggestion and we'd be amenable to it. One less window to purchase.
While we're making suggestions, Robert, could you, I failed to note the number, the south elevation of the proposed. I wonder why, well, let's start with the go to the existing and then go one below. I wonder why you don't put the wall for the addition on the back side of the columns and keep the railing in place, and also the brackets for the columns. It seems like those are important features to keep. If you're keeping the columns, why not keep the brackets too? I know you lose 3 inches, but I raised this because it's something that I've actually done on the state AIA building in Richmond before they moved, where we had a Greek Revival back porch and we infilled it and we kept the porch railings, but we kept them in such a way they were held together as units, and so you could lift them out when you needed to paint them or paint the siding beneath them or behind them. So there is a way of doing it, and I would think it pick up, it continue the appearance of the existing historic porch. Just a suggestion.
It'd be easier to continue the waterproofing and thermal barrier as well.
Mm-hmm.
Any other suggestions?
I was just curious, Jody, did you actually have a standoff so that it just, or were they right up tight to the posts?
They were right to the back side of the post. Well, this is easier because I had to deal with Greek Revival enthesis. These are flat on the back side.
Right.
I think the comments that have been made are nice ones. I think in general, the project it's an elegant solution to a really funky house in a good neighborhood. And I think it's pretty in keeping with our guidelines for a conservation district.
Also note there's precedence not only in the two neighborhood additions that the applicant pointed out, but even last year we considered this in an ADC district in North Downtown on First Street, if you guys remember. And they did a very similar kind of build out addition under the existing porch. I'm ready with a motion if
Please.
Mr. Chair will allow me. And just went on
But
to
while you're looking for that, Sherry, Kevin, the thing and why this occurs to me is because the panels kind of bother me in that they're very much a colonial type of appearance, and it'd be nice to keep the Italianate Victorian appearance of the house consistent around the wraparound porch. Sorry, Sherry.
And I'll add that to my motion and we can have discussion afterwards about that. So having considered the standards set forth within the city code, including the historic conservation district guidelines, I move to find that the proposed first floor additions on the north and south side at 603 Lexington Avenue satisfies the BR's criteria and are compatible with this property and other properties in the Martha Jefferson Historic Conservation District. And the BAR approves the application as submitted with this strong suggestion that the porch railings on the south side be retained as part of that addition.
And I think, James, you had recommended the using an existing window for the front. But again, I think that needs to be a recommendation based on the.
And using an existing window from the south side to the front. Is that clear enough?
Second.
Is there going to be any discussion, or are you ready for a vote?
Yeah, so Kevin, you're clear that those were recommendations, but we're voting on approval of what you submitted.
That's correct. And I can respond as needed or not.
You don't need to. If you don't want, you're welcome to. Up to you.
It's okay, Jody will just be driving by the house frequently.
I won't be too.
He's in retirement now.
Yes, I will be offended, but that's okay. Lots of people have offended me without any problem.
No, the reason that we did go ahead and take it out to the beam line is the porch itself is only 6 feet. And so already we are going to 2x4 walls there and using foam insulation because we didn't have a very wide bathroom anyways. And as we started to consider turning radiuses for wheelchairs or grab bars in a shower, yes, we might be able to do it in a 5.5 foot wide bathroom, but it got exponentially more challenging. And so the move was to take that, the exterior wall out to that existing beam, which then, took the railing with it. So I wish that was the thought process.
I understand. Sometimes historic houses are worth making some small compromises for.
Okay. Noted.
So with a second from Mr. Gastinger, I'll go ahead and call a vote, if that's okay. Mr. Schwartz?
Yes.
Mr. Zemer?
Aye.
Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
Mr. Lehendro?
Aye.
Mr. Gastinger?
Aye.
Mr. Edwards?
Aye.
And Mr. Moore?
Aye.
Thank you. The vote is unanimous.
Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Kevin.
All right, thanks, Kevin. Jody, I appreciated that the compliments are worthwhile in historic house. I probably could write an encyclopedia on the compromises I had to make here. Yeah, that's not level, it's not straight, it's not square, it's not plumb. All right, we're going with something. So yeah, it's Interesting
Maybe think
owning an
of,
old home, particularly an old one.
I don't know if anyone's noticed on Monticello, there's a balustrade that it's a die cut flat wood up on top of the at the top of the house where it meets the dome. Always kind of struck me as a little bit funny, but it's
I mean, you could still do sort of almost like a bas relief, right? You know, in the plane of the siding, and still basically, because I totally agree with you about the paneling. The paneling just looks like, you know, that's a horse of a different color.
Yes, exactly.
I think we'd be willing to consider those. Just, I was still here. You can come back with that.
Damn, I didn't notice.
That way, at least I still get my turning radius in the bathroom. But no, points well taken and noted, and thank you for the feedback.
Great. Thank you, Kevin.
All right, so let's move quickly into, excuse me. This is a COA request for 735 Northwood Avenue. It's in the North Downtown ADC district. This project came to you all in March. There was a dormer addition on the rear of the house, and they had contemplated using a photovoltaic shingles, and that seemed to there were some questions about that. So the project was approved, and the photovoltaics were omitted from the request, and so they've now come back with excuse me, with a submittal to in the house, and this is the elevation that you see here. It says had the existing, and it doesn't show the dormer on the back, but but it is a 3-tabbed asphalt shingle roof that they are. So the first request is to remove that and to install a standing seam metal roof, and then on top of that will then be installed the photovoltaic panels, which will it's a south-facing house, and so these will be on the south side. We, you know, just looking at some of the things that have been reviewed and approved by the BAR in the past, you know, one of the first questions I had was, you know, is there are standing seam metal appropriate on a colonial revival brick home? And we found several examples around town and on Park Street. We also, there's no historic survey that identifies the original roof material. So, I mean, while asphalt shingles were available when this was constructed, we can't know if it was originally asphalt or not. There is a note on the 1962 Sanborn maps that we have, and it was interesting. The house is listed, it has some notes on it that I had not seen previously on and there's it's listed as having a tile construction with brick facade, and so that's that terracotta tile that you see sometimes. Almost looks like what's left of old garages when they're knocked over. And so this is not a frame construction, it's terracotta tile, and then it's faced with the brick. And so I said, we can only assume that this had started as an asphalt roof, but we don't know. And said it's not inappropriate to have standing seam metal on a roof or a building of this style. We've also, the BAR has approved in the past of the changing of the roof type, so that's not unusual. Next, relative to the photovoltaic panels, I found that the BAR, since the adoption of the current guidelines from 2012, you all have looked at 9 COA requests related to photovoltaic panels, 6 of these in the last 3 years, and I'm not counting the shingles that were here earlier this year. 6 of those requests were either IPPs or within an ADC district, and all except 1 installed rooftop panels. So it's not something new for you all to approve this. You've done that. There were 2 projects that were installing panels on standing seam metal roofs. one at 1102 Carlton Ave, and one at 420 Park Street. The design guidelines do not specifically recommend against solar panels on historic roofs, but instead they recommend they be placed on non-character defining roofs or roofs of a non-historic adjacent building or an addition. And then the next provision, it says it argues or recommends against adding new elements that would be visible on the primary elevations of the building. So that would suggest a sort of a knock against this off the bat, but I think this is something the city has embraced. I know the BAR is looking for opportunities to allow green design and sustainable design to occur. And so looking at this, given the orientation of this house, there's really only one place to put these shingles, and that's on the front, on the south facing side. So following kind of the guidelines, one option would be to construct a frame in the front yard. Another option would be to construct an addition on the front. And both of those obviously would alter things, I think, in a way differently than, as I see it, the temporary installation of photovoltaic panels on this roof. So in that regard, this is the ideal given the other two alternatives. And again, what we say, one of the things we don't want to damage or interfere with the historic materials. These panels are designed to attach to the historic roof and be removable. They are essentially I would say they do not permanently interfere with the new roof or a historic roof. So that's kind of where I came down on this. I think that it's helpful to lay that out, because a site may have options that are more preferable for the installation of photovoltaics. So to make clear that, we want to encourage these, but we don't want to just say, yeah, go and do it. And so kind of working down the steps of the decision-making, it allows me to recommend that you would approve this versus building a frame, which we've seen people come in and construct frames or do something on the side. So hopefully that makes sense. I would, we did talk to the folks, the applicants, and about the equipment boxes, how they're going to run the cables down, and they can discuss that. And I think I included that in some additional material, but that we can simply ask a condition that any associated equipment, the boxes, the cables, etc., will be located to the side or rear of the house and properly screened. And I think they're going to address that by kind of carrying things out the back, so it won't be visible from the street. So hope that was helpful. And if you have any questions, otherwise I can hand it off to David.
I have a question for Jeff.
Yes.
Are you sure it was 420 Park Street? That's on the corner of Park and Maple.
There's like a couple, there are addresses that I hit that. So this was where Eddie Bain's
correct
office. Yeah.
Right. It's his, he still owns it, I believe. Mm-hmm. And the southern side of that would be the side next to, on the opposite of Maple, and next to 419, which is Duncan Milder Carter. It's another law firm. There really isn't a southern exposure on that roof. Was that what they approved? I don't think they've ever installed it, did they?
No, they didn't.
Okay.
And
where on the roof was it approved? I'm just curious, because that's
it predominantly on the side, and there's a bunch of dormers up there. It's but it I mean, I can look it up. I think there was only a small section sort of facing Park Street.
Because Park isn't a southern exposure. It
right.
Actually,
right.
Yeah, it's west.
It could go down. It's not
right there.
Yeah. So it's, I don't know, I'm moving my mouse as if you can see it. But,
so this it's a southwest exposure.
Correct.
Yeah, so it would have been just one of those. Okay. I don't think they ever installed it. I walk by there all the time.
Yeah, I went and looked, because we have approved some of these, and yeah, it's like, I want to go see them. Not, although they've gone up in enough buildings, it's, you almost tend to not even notice them anymore. I don't want to say they're ubiquitous, but you're not surprised to see them. And I think what's key is that I always get worried when someone comes in and they've got a 100-year-old roof and they want to put solar panels on it. It's like, well, if you got problems with that roof, then you gotta, so make sure your roof's good first. And certainly with the installation of a new roof, they've taken care of that. So.
Thank you.
I've got a question for Jeff. There may not be an answer, but I would just note that I think it is a little bit odd that 735 is included in the North Downtown ADC district. I find it a little bit odd. When you look at the diagram of the properties that are within that boundary, it's the only one that faces a side street, with the exception of Lions View, which is included for other reasons. And it seems like it's mainly because it's protecting the the larger residences of 627 and 705 Park Street. Unless, that's my reading of it. My question is, unless there is other important information that we should know about this house, there are other houses of that same era on Northwood that are not included. There are others certainly in the neighborhood that are not included.
Yeah, I guess we'll have to talk to Fred someday about that stone house around the corner. I don't know. Robert and I have talked about this a lot. That was one of the first questions he had when this came through earlier. It's like, why is this? Are you sure this is a mistake? It's not on any. There's no survey of it. It's possible the individuals that lived there said, "Hey, we want to be part of the district." I don't know. But you also raise a good question. This goes to what Jenny was saying earlier about the comp plan, and I can address that once we finish with this and sort of explain where we are trying to look forward on some of these things. But I simply don't know. Haven't been able to find a reason.
That's fine. I would just suggest that, when we make our decision tonight, we might want to make some comment, or maybe not feel like what we decide here would necessarily apply to every other house.
Right. Absolutely.
District.
That's what concerns me most, is this from a precedent standpoint. That's really the issue. I don't think the house.
Let's get to that when we get to comments, if that's all right.
Oh yeah, sure.
I'm sorry. Mr. Mullen, you've been so patient tonight. Do you have I'm sorry, I guess you've watched this entire meeting. Do you have anything you want to add to Jeff's staff report? You're on mute.
I have about 3% battery left on my iPhone, and I've been trying to get it to charge all night.
Oh no!
It's probably going to get out as soon as I start talking. Yeah, I did. So I guess one issue that's been pointed out is that the solar panels are facing the street, but it's also a side street, and the property to the north, the property on Park Street on the rear and right side of the house is an individually protected property. So I think those elevations to the rear of the house are where you would actually not want to put the solar panels, as far as just pointing them at the historic site. And I guess are there any other questions?
Well, real quickly, are there any questions from the public? Please raise your hand and press *9. Not seeing anyone.
No.
Okay, so questions for Mr. Mullen? Just to clarify, you are, I guess, the cables and whatnot for this. I think I saw in your email, they're either running down the back or behind a gutter, or you've got them basically.
Right. Yeah. The idea is that we'd bring the conduit from the solar panels on the front through the attic to the rear of the building, and either drop it through a conduit inside the building envelope to the basement, and then out to where the batteries will be in an existing outside storage area, or we would take it out at the soffit next to a radon pipe that already exists at the back corner, and just kind of keep everything tight there, rather than spreading it out over the elevation.
Mr. Mullen.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, James. Mr. Mullen, what's the difference from the top of the solar panels to the top of the roofing?
I think it's about,
approximately.
Yeah. So you're talking about the ridge line of the roof
No, I'm talking about the difference between the top of the solar panels and the top of the roofing underneath of it.
It's about 6 inches when you add the standing
Okay.
seam, and then the clip, and then the rail, and then the solar panel sits on top of all of that, and the thickness of the solar panel ends up being somewhere in between 5 and 6 inches.
And that's about as tight.
How tall the seam is.
That's about as tight as you can get it to allow water to go underneath it.
We could do a smaller rail, but it also improves the efficiency of the solar panel the farther it is off the roof.
Okay.
Less heat buildup.
Thank you.
I had a quick question. I was looking at the roofing, I think it's the Englert roofing, and you're proposing 21-inch pans. And then I looked at the specs on the solar panels, and it looks like they're about 40 inches wide. So I'm wondering, is there a way to get a 20-inch pan so that you might be able to align the ridges of the standing seam with the edges of the panels, so those lines would kind of carry through?
That's a good thought. And then, just as
oh, did we lose him?
Yeah, it looks like his phone died. I can shoot him. I'll shoot him a quick email asking if he wants to continue to deliberate, or if he wants to push it to next month.
Okay.
Robert, can you ask him to call in?
He's on his.
Did he say his phone was
phone
dying?
died.
I'll ask him. Yeah.
Okay.
In the meantime, do we want to do staff questions, Jeff, while we're waiting on him to potentially rejoin?
Yeah. If you all are ready, can you?
It looks like he might be coming back.
Might be.
Oh, are you back, Mr. Mullen?
I just switched to my computer.
Oh, okay, great.
I just don't have a camera on my computer.
That's no problem for us.
Yeah. So can you switch to the front elevation of the house? So the way that the standing seam aligns with the overall building with 21 inches, I think, the pattern ends up sort of centered on the elevation. Otherwise, you end up with really skinny ends. And then the solar panel array is an even number, so that that center ends up off. And I guess it's like. If we had a 20-inch standing seam, then it would be every other seam is aligned with the panel. So yeah, that could work.
I reckon that might be a far shot, but we're considering might visually help out. Also need a good installer.
But also, I mean, I guess the other issue is then, you know, the rails clip on to the standing seams. So ideally, the standing seams at the end are actually in a little bit from the edge of the solar panel. So you don't have that rail just, you know, visible right at the end of this solar array.
Any more questions? Are there any comments from the public? Please raise your hand or press *9.
Doesn't look like it.
All right. If no one jumps in, I will. I you know, it's, while the guidelines seem to discourage putting these on the or putting anything on the front of a roof, you know, it's, as Jeff has said, it's a new roof. You're not going to damage the roof. There's no historic materials that are being damaged. It is a simple rectangular roof. It's not like these will be obscuring a turret or any sort of architectural detail. I think that, and looking at the Secretary of Standards, Secretary of Interior standards, these actually seem to fit even better than they would with our city's guidelines. Basically, they say don't damage or obscure character defining features. I don't know that I'd consider just a plain, simple, rectangular roof a character defining feature, although it is a prominent feature. Let's see. Yeah, and so don't, you know, change the historic roof line or obscure the relationship of roof features such as dormers, skylights, and chimneys. It's certainly not doing that. So I would vote for approval on this. Correct.
I'm in support of this as well, and our guidelines go out of their way to ensure that we're really, well, in the introduction, in the section on sustainability, it says that sustainability and preservation are complementary concepts, and both goals should be pursued. Nothing in these guidelines should be construed to discourage green building or sustainable design. If such a design is found to be in conflict with a specific guideline, the BAR shall work with the applicant to devise a creative solution that meets that applicant's goal for sustainability, and it is also compatible with the character of the district and property. I think given this particular location, and I feel like it's not going to be, I think it's in keeping with the geometry and form of the house. It's not in conflict with the roof line. That doesn't mean that I think that every, you know, that every condition where we have a south-facing facade on a primary facade, that solar panels would be appropriate, but in this case, I find it to be so.
I would say, as a judgment call, given, I mean, the house is a nice example of what it is, but I don't think this is, you know, this isn't a, you know, a one-off or something like that. It's a, you know, it's a pretty common house in this immediate area. Plus, I think your point about it even being in the district is very well made. It doesn't make any sense. There are no other houses on side streets, right?
Yes, there are. There are Olive Lions Court. The properties on there are also in the district.
Right, but they're
all over.
Those are different.
North Downtown doesn't stop at Park Street. It extends to the Downtown Mall to West Main, and there are plenty of properties on what you would call side streets, meaning not on High or Market, that are also designated historic and in that district. So I respectfully disagree with that observation. I live in this district. I'm sure Mr. Gaskinger does too, but look at the properties on Lions Court Lane as a good example. There are several properties on that, and they're not just one, and they're not just one house into the street. There are 3 houses into the deep into the street off of Park Street.
That one just does seem like an anomaly, though.
Yeah, I mean, it is, the reality is that this is in a historic district and the
Yep.
EDC guidelines apply. And no matter our personal opinions about that, they apply,
Right,
gentlemen.
of course. Yep.
So I disagree with those statements. I do note, for all of the reasons stated, that there's a precedential value and that we should maybe look at the boundaries of those districts and why there should have been a survey done. There was a historic survey done, certainly, when this became the first historic ADC. They're not publicly available online, but I've seen a lot of them, and that's one thing that I think we should make very available, are those original surveys that were done, looking at every this is a contributing property. It's not a non-contributing either. I'll note that. I disagree. I actually can't support this. Our guidelines speak to whether the addition would have an adverse impact on neighboring properties. I don't know, none of us have seen what these materials are, what this looks like, whether there's glare to it, whether it will be, I mean, we talk about windows and tinting all the time. Do we know what this will look like? Will it be a shiny sheath of silver during the day that really will impact neighbors across the street? Will it be a mirror-like? Are they transparent so that you can still see the roof material? I don't know what this material is. And I'm certain that architects on this board can imagine, based on their experience, what the materials could be, but we have nothing in front of us. And we were led to believe from the last submittal, which we deferred, that these would be actual roof shingles made by Tesla. And I probably would think a little bit differently if that's what was in front of us, but instead we have an array that's going to be mounted on the roof. Whether this is a brand new roof or not, another one of our guidelines says that we should try to retain character defining elements. I think this roof line itself is character defining for this house. It's a very steeply hipped roof, and it's actually quite a beautiful structure. I don't believe that it's commonplace. It was built in 1939. It's less of 90 years old. Another one of our guidelines states, don't add new elements that will be visible on primary elevations, and this certainly is. It's not the owner's fault that the best side, is the front side is the southern side, and that's where they can gather the most energy from, but that would be a direct violation of our guidelines. And I do think that there is a lot of, this is precedent making. It's a contributing structure in our oldest district, and I can't support it.
Thoughts from anyone else?
I think Sherry has some good points. I think I kind of would almost rather see the Tesla shingles, because you might think, again, but I think we wanted a sample for those. But that would at least maintain the roof line and be a shingled roof.
So I guess I'm mostly okay with it because of the following reasons. It's not a roof that has distinctive forms that the solar panels would fight with. I'm presuming the solar panels are dark, as the roof is, and they would blend in with the roof. And they're symmetrical on the roof. They fill it up for the most part. If they need to be kept as low as possible. And most importantly to me, it's reversible. When this technology is passé in 20, 30 years and we move on to something else, this can be taken off. And that's the most critical thing to me.
And just so, I don't know if everyone's noticed, the last page of our staff report has some links to the products. I know we're relying on a photograph on a website, but what we do know is they're black. So they should match the roof. But that's about, I guess that's pretty much as we've got.
I guess the trick there is the roof is called out to be matte black, and I would think that these might have some sheen to them, photovoltaics. So I wonder if maybe a sheen on the metal roof might make it blend more.
Thing is actually a low gloss matte black. So matte
Okay.
black is just the color name.
Thank you.
I mean, we did ask for samples of the shingles, so I think Sherry's got a point here about, seeing a sample of the PV panel.
And maybe along with a sample of the standing seam roof.
Yeah.
But I also echo Jody that it's a reversible treatment.
I mean, I guess I've held a solar panel before. Is it really that? I don't know. I thought that everyone kind of knew what they looked like.
I haven't.
Okay.
I mean,
No, that's fair.
I think we can't presume to be familiar with materials that haven't been presented to us. If you read the minutes that we just approved at the beginning of this meeting, which had the discussion from March when we talked about this, I specifically asked for samples. We had an entire discussion about this. And I know in this context, it's really difficult, but this applicant's had 4 months. I mean, I'll walk down to City Hall and look at something in Jeff's office masked up. I mean, there are lots of options for getting these materials to us. And I understand it's no longer Tesla and it's different. Maybe this is more commonplace, which makes it easier for some of you who are practitioners in the trade to presume that you know what the material is, but do you really know? Is there only one vendor in the world and one look to solar panels? I just really can't believe that. And we've got a drawing that shows it as black. We've got a spec sheet that shows it as black, but I see the mounts. They're going to be black. Do we know how many inches from this roof this is going to be mounted? I mean, does anybody know that? Or are we just all reading in the lines? I'm not trying to be argumentative. I'm just like, how much are we filling in the blanks that hasn't been provided here by Mr. Mullen? And I don't know him. I'm just saying, it's late in the evening. Like Robert said, we talked for 2 hours about an application and it went on further, but that's not a reason to approve something when we don't have enough information. I'll go down as the minority here, and I'll be happy and comfortable with the objections I've made, because once this goes up, gentlemen, it's not coming down.
Thank you, Sharon. I think that's a fair comment. And maybe we just need to see, where we stand. If this is approvable or if this is something we should continue talking about. Breck, you look like you're trying to say something.
Well, I was just going to say that, if we were, on this project or others, if we were to improve a solar panel, the technology does change quickly over time, and it was likely that it would either be taken down or replaced with a different, and we would not be subject to VAR review at that time. I guess the main point I'm trying to get at is whether or not the concept of a solar panel is approvable or not is one threshold. What the solar panel look like and what the finish is, color is, that's maybe a separate conversation.
Can I so one question is the changing of the roof, and I guess that'd be the question for David, is the intent to go with standing seam metal, replacing the asphalt, regardless of the solar array. But we did send out information that has descriptions and images showing the connecting devices, and I don't know, maybe that just got lost in the shuffle, but there's yeah, I sent this out yesterday, and how it clips, what are information on the panel. So but
how about
can I ask the applicant what was the reason between shifting away from the Tesla shingle to this larger panel?
Great concept, and what we were finding is we were, you know, Tesla's having, they don't quite have an installer in this area yet that they're satisfied with, and they're working on that. And then secondly, the solar installer that we're working with now recommends is, you know, sort of talk through how you know how solar panels like how they operate best, and he had a lot of reservations about the Tesla solar panels being shingles. There are all these crevices where dirt can build up, so he was concerned about cleaning that, and then also the solar panels being attached directly to the roof, which they do have. The Tesla panels do have a bit of an air gap behind them, but his thought was that they're going to overheat and not be efficient. And so we came around to just looking at getting, you know, at working with a regular panel system that was, you know, had a black finish to it that wouldn't, you know, that we could try to blend into a standing seam roof, and make work that way. And you know, that's an input from the clients, is that they want that sort of consistent texture to the roof.
Okay, thank you.
Just out of fairness, can we see who would be willing to support this as is? 1, 2, 3. Robert, was that yes, or that's 4. So we've got Tim, that's a yes. So I think we can, as Sherry or James, if you want to continue to, if there's something more you want to say, please do, or I think we should probably just make a motion. I mean, your concerns are definitely valid for sure.
I do want to say there was a note that, you know, is there a larger question of whether we're against solar panels? And I want to unequivocally say, no, I'm not in that camp whatsoever. There are just things about this application that I wish I had a little bit more information. I appreciate Mr. Mullins' response about why they shifted. I'm not really stuck on the Tesla by any means, but just feeling like, as someone who is not a professional and occupies one of the non-licensed architect seats here, I just don't have enough information about, you know, I looked at the links, I'll, you know, I was thorough in that. I just don't really know what's going on. And it is and it violates our guidelines from what I can read. And until we get to our guideline review and take that, you can't alter, you know, anything on a primary facade, then, I mean, the guidelines aren't arbitrary. They're supposed to guide our decisions. So that's where I'll stand with.
I just
that's basically what, I mean, that argument's what swayed me.
I'll just say I've got, you know, I sort of feel both ways about it, in that it certainly doesn't complement the house. But I think, you know, Jody's point, I mean, we don't want to stand in the way of things that may make it, it's sort of like you know, I do think, you know, maybe in even 10 years, it's going to be a paint that goes on this standing seam roof. And there's not all this, this is like, the first gen kind of stuff where, I'm sure we will be leaving this in the dust in the not too distant future. But having said that, it's just a little scary saying, okay, everybody can put these on their roofs because they don't, quite honestly, it looks like hell. And the only reason I was kind of liking Breck's point was just being able to duck it from a precedent standpoint, because that would sort of get us off the hook for a minute. Because I think Sherry's right. It's on the front, it's on the main facade of the house, and it definitely affects the quality of what that house looks like. There's no denying that.
And I certainly agree with Sherry that it's in the district. It should be, it's held to the same standard.
Right.
But as we assess its effect on the neighborhood, I think that's a really important difference. There's no house right across the street. And actually I'm sitting about 410 feet from this building. I don't think it's going to have a negative impact on the street whatsoever. If anything, a positive one. And God forbid we saw more solar panels. That would be great. It'd be a lot better than coal cars. In any case, I think that we should note that. I think that taking the context in its position within the neighborhood is an important one, and that's why I think, and in the house, relative to its context.
So Breck, you're 410 feet away and not 400 or 415.
At least according to Google Earth.
Okay.
Yeah, Jeff's probably about 520.
No, I'm closer. Not right now, but.
Yeah, but you're north, Sherry, so the sun's not going to hit you.
And I think, when this is completed, Jeff, if you could send an email to everyone and say, come look at this, if we approve it, maybe making an assumption right now, but or whenever a solar panel goes up in the city, it would probably be good if we all did a little field trip.
Mr. Chair, in the interest of time, even though I don't support it, I'll make the motion.
I can make it if you want me to.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. So finding it, having considered the standards set forth in the city code, including ADC district design guidelines, I move to find the proposed metal roof and PV panels at 735 Northwood Avenue satisfy the VAR's criteria and are compatible with this property and other properties in the North Downtown ADC district, and that the VAR approves the application as submitted.
Second.
I was gonna say, don't do that to me now.
Thank you. I'll call a vote. Mr. Gastinger.
Aye.
Ms. Lewis.
Nay.
Mr. Zemer.
Nay.
Mr. Schwartz.
Yes.
Mr. Lehendro.
Aye.
Mr. Moore.
Aye.
And Mr. Edwards.
Aye.
The motion passes with a vote of 5 and 2 opposed.
Okay, thank you guys. Thank you, Mr. Mullen. Sorry about the long wait.
Thank you, and thank you for not just closing the meeting. Yeah, and I want to be able to answer Sherry's questions and try to get a sample of the solar panel.
A point of order, Mr. Chair. Should we ask Mr. Mullen to just email his comments in for the minutes? I could sort of hear him. I just wonder his prior comments and also this. I don't know if maybe Patrick can hear him.
I think it should be it'll be recorded. And
maybe you can turn the volume all the way up.
Yeah, I was doing that. Hopefully you couldn't hear my computer.
I normally, when I do the minutes, I actually turn up the volume. So, and I'll also get the transcript from Joe Rice as well, if need be as well. So yeah, that shouldn't be a problem.
Great.
Great, thanks.
All right, Jeff, how quickly can you
I'm gonna,
this?
all right. I apologize. I didn't anticipate this, but I will take our design guideline discussion from earlier. Maybe I'll get to that. Just a couple of things. One, just to touch on this comp plan review, and Jenny Keller raised that. One of the things that we are working on, Robert and I, is there is in the current comp plan, and there's a rather lengthy appendix that discusses the city's what it's accomplished with design review, design districts, historic preservation. And we're in the process of updating that. And that is in getting that in a document. But there's already a document that's available to the Planning Commission. So they've been reading that and they know what's aware. I've, as far as the surveys, all the surveys that we have are available. Now, it may be a little clunky to get to, like the design guidelines, but they're there. I have nothing on this house on there.
I was just going to add, I couldn't even find anything from the Department of Historic Resources. As far as I can tell, this house has never been surveyed.
But so I just want to, one of the things I wanted to talk about tonight, if we had more time, but I'm going to still do it, is I don't think folks understand the scale and scope of stuff that we work with. I said, every project that comes through the BAR then later comes in as a building permit that we have to review the drawings of. There's site plans that we have to review. There's so many, and this is, you all are just dealing with the BAR stuff, not the entrance corridor stuff. And also say, since 2015, we've completed a survey of Belmont, Star Hill. We've gotten West Main on the National Register, North Belmont on the National Register, Rose Hill survey, the Little High Neighborhood survey. We've got Burley High School on the National Register. We completed the 10th and Page survey. We did that work at Penn Park Cemetery. We're actually beginning to identify descendants now. That project's gotten fascinating. The mall, Robert worked to get a grant from the Department of Historic Resources. We'll only use a portion of our 50,000 allocated, but we're using 10 that we have against 10 from the state to do the first phase of the mall cultural landscape report. So just since 2015, our department has spent, we've done $225,000 worth of historic survey and designation work. And what's great about that is, of that 225,000, about 80 of it has been grant funds that we've been able to leverage. And so, there's a lot happening and a lot being done. And then as far as, what's moving forward, and again, this is in the hopefully we'll survive the comp plan rewriting, but we have, when we have the funds, we have the downtown and north downtown was surveyed in the 1980s. Rugby Road, University Corner, 1983. Wortland Street, 1985. We have surveys all over town that were done in the 70s. Ridge Street Historic District was surveyed in 1982. All of those have to be redone. We need to go back in and look at it again. We have Star Hill neighborhood, Rose Hill neighborhood, Little High neighborhood, 10th and Page neighborhood, all of those, and it adds up to 500-600 properties that in these 4 eligible historic districts for the National Register of Historic Places. So we've got a lot going on. It just, there's only so much money and there's only so much time. So, I don't know, I worry when people think that things aren't being done, and maybe Robert and I just need to bang pots and pans together a little bit louder. Not quite our way, but I just wanted you all to know that. And then as far as the comp plan goes, I know, Carl, you've been involved. Jody, you're certainly involved. We as staff we participate when we're invited to. This is a consultant that's been hired, and we do what we can. But I will say I don't know. I've expressed that I don't want to say I'm arguing against anything in this new density and things like that, but I don't want the BAR to become the fall guy because you all are deciding to preserve historic sites. And the argument is, well, you're doing that, then you're not allowing affordable housing. So I am worried about that friction a little bit, but Jody, again, you probably speak more to that process than I can. So I just wanted to talk quickly about some of the stuff going on with the comp plan, and then other things that Robert and I have going on, and it's neat stuff. We just don't have time to get into it with all the details.
So, Jeff, can I step in? Because tonight, the Preston Court raised a case study issue with me that I think I certainly need to do some more study on, but I would love y'all's comments. If this property that it passes, I mean, they're putting how many units, or I didn't even see how many units they're talking about putting on this property at Preston Court, or the circle, 12 units. So, and it's zoned S3. I mean, I'm sorry, R3. So is all that circle zoned R3.
Mm-hmm.
If this property goes with 12 units on it, and that's allowed by right on the rest of those properties on that circle, how difficult is it to get the house next to it purchased by a developer and demolished? I'm looking at our demolition requirements, the thresholds that have to go through, and I don't see that they're all that difficult for a developer to be able to go ahead and finally get through city council, or go ahead and offer it for sale and no one can buy it for the because the land has gotten so expensive in Charlottesville, that they could just go around that whole circle and keep demolishing one place after another and putting up 12 units, whatever the by right is. So that to me is a case in point of the comp plan proposing that expanding the R1 districts, turning them into medium residential, allowing 4 or up to 12 units in these new expanded areas that used to be R1, and what impact will that have to our along Rugby Road, along in Meadowbrook, along Rose Hill, along Rugby Avenue. That's just this area. In University, I'm sorry, in Alderman, the area by along Alderman, that residential area, that's all right now within the current future land use map that's being proposed, being talked about going into up to 12 units allowed on those sites. So that's where I think the BAR could really, make a point. Okay, yeah, it's great we have all these historic districts, but how hard is it really for a developer to come in and get approval to demolish something and put up, if it's been zoned for up to 12 units, change to that upzoned, how difficult would it be?
I'd like to reinforce what you're saying too, because I think with the IPPs, it's even more double jeopardy, right? Like where I am, there are 3 or 4 IPPs, and I was just checking the GIS site, and I don't think there's anything there that identifies them in the GIS as IPPs.
There is, it does.
Yeah.
Where does it do that?
On the zoning map.
After the zoning.
I was just looking, and maybe I missed it.
They're designated on the zoning map.
Because I didn't see it but not on the GIS.
It is on GIS.
It's on the GIS.
You can toggle historic design control districts, and you can toggle on the IPPs.
That's what I thought I was doing, and I didn't see it.
It's mixed in with it's the 4th button down. Individual.
Right, I see.
ADC.
Historic districts under zoning.
No, not under zoning. Historic and design control districts.
Got it. Okay. Got it. Okay. Anyway, it was just interesting that the IPPs strike me as being even more vulnerable because they're not even in a district, right?
Like me. Yeah, I'm my own little district. So yes, these are questions, and I think we have not been, as far as staff is concerned, Robert and I are concerned, we have been making the case for what we do and the value that it adds, and what the importance of these places, and how much, work we've accomplished and continue to need to do, but I can't, I'm just staff. So I just wanted you all to know, I mean, we're not, kind of rolling over here on this. And I'll separate out 605 Preston Place because I think there's more going on over there than, I think those folks just don't want anything there. So I think, but it is the type of situation that you all are going to be handed. And
I think the larger question is, how protected are our historic districts and the contributing members in our historic districts when those districts are upzoned to allow up to 12 units?
They are only protected. Let's take, for example, and I actually talked on the phone with the Kevin Riddle at length the other day and laid out the scenarios. Question was, if the BAR approves this, will the applicant or will the neighborhood appeal? I said, I think it's possible. That appeal goes to city council. And although I can't see city council denying a project that would allow additional house. In fact, I suggested it might get interesting that they would ask, oh, can you do more?
Hey,
But-
Jeff,
yeah.
let's keep this at the level of historic districts generally.
Right.
Okay?
And it would be appealable to council, either if it's a denial, an applicant can appeal. If it's an approval, anyone can appeal. That goes to council. Council's decision can then be appealed to the courts. But as I read the ordinance, that can only be an appeal that comes from the applicant. So let's say you all deny something, it goes to city council, they uphold your denial. The owner applicant can then appeal uphill to the courts. So, and that's my understanding. I think, yeah, when it comes to a housing project in the city, it's, if somebody wants it approved and you all deny it, will council, I think I could foresee council saying it's a housing project and we want to approve it.
Well, even beyond that, it has to be, they could still say, it has to be offered for sale to, it says, I don't know the legalities.
You're right, but that's a denial.
That's an option too.
That's a denial. So if there are denials and there's a sequence, that's what I say. So if council denied it, then there's this sequence, and then you just have to make it available in the market. And if no one acquires it, then, and this is what happened, I think, on that project, Riverdale over there by Burnley Moran. And it just defaulted to an approval.
Jody, it's the market is what's going to drive this. So
Yeah.
we had this happen with the two houses that are in front of the Quirk. Bud Treacle, who was the original owner, threatened us that that's what he was going to do. He was going to put them up for sale and demolish them after 2 years. But apparently at that time, which was, I don't know what, 5-6 years ago, 4 years, whenever it was more valuable to keep the houses than demolish them. I mean, they could have built a much larger hotel. But that's the way it works. So I think it all comes down to the market. And today, is our market strong enough that it is cost effective to buy a property with a house on it and tear down the house and build new? And unfortunately, I mean, you could be right. There are probably places in this city where it is more profitable to do that.
So that's where the BAR's opinion about, is it a wise thing to upzone areas within historic districts would be valuable, would be important for them to step in and make that comment to the comp plan process. How protected are these contributing members in historic districts really when and if they get upzoned?
Is that, Jody, I mean, with you on the planning commission, is that something that, because we can make that statement, I can make that statement at the next steering committee meeting, but I'm happy to do that. I'm wondering how much voice do you have as a member of the planning commission versus is it better to come from us?
There's the planning commission is represents pretty well what the city comments and advocates are saying. Half of the people don't think the city is going far enough to provide enough affordable housing. The other half think it's gone too far. So it's half and half.
I mean,
we need all the support we can get.
To your question, Jody, I mean, for our purview doesn't change. So it's going to be whether, to the extent that city council is willing to uphold the recommendations of the BAR. The neighborhoods I'm concerned about are the ones that have been surveyed but aren't protected. Because I think those are the ones that would get the most immediate pressure, and there's not much leverage on protecting those properties.
Yeah, good point too. I just want to make sure that the ones that are already surveyed are protected too from the market.
And I think, the other sort of the double-edged sword of all of this, we want the BAR to stay relevant. We want these historic districts to stay relevant and not be seen as something that encumbers affordable housing. There's lots of opportunities, and some of the most affordable housing in any community is the older housing. And so, maybe it's not necessarily a historic district, but you've got older housing that's of value. And it's, before the meeting tonight, was having a conversation with someone about replacing a roof with a slate versus this or that. And I said, well, the value of a slate roof and the value of replacing things, versus tearing it down and building something new kind of thing. You can't just look at the, how much you can save in 10 years. You got to look at the longevity of it. And I think that's an important message for us to find a way to express how historic preservation can be part of affordable housing. It's not really under the BAR's, we don't have places where that's particularly an issue right now. But I do see that if you go into a 10th and Page neighborhood, or you go into all of a Pikeville neighborhood, and you've got homes with elderly owners. And I think of myself, I have to replace my roof. I don't have $30,000. I don't know how I'm just go up there and keep gooping it up until, I don't know, my mom leaves me a bunch, but that's probably not going to happen. So I just think of what we do when you have someone that has a home. I'm getting off topic. I want the BAR to stay relevant. And I think, you all should take a look at that draft. And if you've got comments, share them with Jody or Carl. Both are participating in this, because I can't.
With the comp plan consultants. And the thing we're fighting is that the land has become more important than the buildings on it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what has happened in the market. The land has become more important. And so to get the land to make the most money for you, you put on as many units as you can get on that land.
Yeah. So I said, there are opportunities. We just have to express them, but I think you all take a look at the plan and, make sure that those things that are important are expressed to the individuals here that are participating in that. But all I've been doing as staff is trying to just maintain make sure that summary is up to date, that, we express where the city has gone and what we've accomplished and what we still have left to do. And, and that we also understand, well, I'll leave it at that. Robert, will you pop up that? I want to go through those things real quick. Let everybody go to sleep. All right, 600 West Main Lights. We talked about that. Tim and Carl, I'm leaning on you guys to
take a look
as a institutional memory
well, if anyone wants to go down West Main Street at night, it's the thing by the Blue Moon Diner. The lights were really bright and they were obnoxious, and I think they've dimmed them down quite a bit, but take a look.
All right, so quickly, and so 503 Rugby Road, this is the Kappa Kappa Gamma sorority. I sent you all something the other day. this is related, but it's not related. I was being contacted by, yeah.
Nice try, Sherry.
Yeah. So I was being asked questions from the house next door, not from the Kappa Kappa Gamma people, but there is, for whatever reason, there's a dispute about accessing, go back one page, Robert. On the top is the house next door. And that red line was where a poured concrete wall that was be in a brick form was supposed to be done, and it was going to be painted. There are issues with allowing construction access, and so I have been asked if that side wall and it's to the side and it's not at that front level. It's back like the face of the house, and it's kind of wraps around the side. They have asked if they can do that in a parged block wall. That way the mason can work from inside, basically building the wall as he goes up. It's
as opposed to the stamped brick pattern.
Correct. And so this is one, I don't know. I don't think
it was going to be white to begin with, right? It was a white brick pattern. So now
I asked if they could possibly, score it similar to what we talked about on Chancellor Street. It's a difficult workspace, but yes, it's to be white to complement the house. I don't see a problem with it. They're actually trying to wrap this up so that they can get a move in by early October. So
anyone have a concern?
All right, thank you. Next. All right, this is the Beth Israel on Temple of East Jefferson Street. If you recall, earlier this year, there were two sets of doors, one at the Fellowship Hall and one around the side. Excuse me. They would like to get more natural light in, and they also to see who's at a door. So they have asked now. So this is either two lights or one light out of each. This is on the Fellowship Hall. I think it's fine. These are not historic doors. And I just said, keep the panels, in case they want to change it. There are some things they want to do to the sanctuary entrance. And I've said that that's got to come back to the BAR. And then this is around the side. That's, I guess that's 3rd Street. These two doors, they want to put glass in. I have no problem okaying this. I just wanted to let you all know, these are the kind of minor things that I get asked. All right, this is one that's a little trickier. This is 20 Elliewood Avenue, and it's, I think it's now called something Biker Pizza. But
it is
the house
like
next
bar and Croze Pizza.
That's it. And so the house next door, 22 Elliewood, is the twin. Sometime in the 80s, prior to the 80s, the steps were removed that go up to this porch. They would like to replace them. I'm able through the photographs to kind of see, I did say 22, you're not going to replicate that because that's clearly not original, but there are examples from the photos. And the question is, when somebody has put something back, like for example, I took, fix the pickets here. When they have put something back together, how much latitude? I'm comfortable. I said, if you give me a sketch that shows me that you're putting this thing together with that truncated pyramid cap and the wood steps that, you can see there on 22, forget out the rail and the pickets and the posts. So these are things where I feel comfortable if someone shows me what they're going to do, it gets it done. It gets that thing put back together. But it's also
so they're putting steps back that aren't there currently now. Do they need to get a building permit for that?
I'm finding out you need a building permit for just about everything. So yes,
Okay,
but waive the height
That
of the
could be a
rail.
code issue.
Right. So for a historic property, I have the ability to work with a code official to,
Okay.
so I can take care of that. So this is, and maybe pop to the next one because this will help emphasize this. This is one that Tim Moore has not involved in, but is aware of. This is 209 2nd Street Southwest. This porch is in terrible shape. They want to put it back together to match.
Oof.
This one probably,
It's about 3 minutes from falling down.
I know. So, tell you what, I'm too tired. I think this needs to come to the BAR. I would like to be able to say, yeah, do it, but there's more to it than, I think this almost starts to get like some of the porch reconstruction we saw like up on 2nd Street. Rebuilding a set of steps next door to a house where you've got the exact model of what you want, more or less, I'm okay with that. Unless you all think I'm way out of line. And I'm not asking you to approve. I'm just saying, you think I'm in working with these folks to get something in, or am I pushing the envelope?
You've got photographic evidence. I think you're fine working through that. If they're coming to like try and invent something, then yeah, we'd probably want to see it.
And what I do is,
actually, as far as that goes, what's the difference? And I'm not trying to be difficult, but what's the difference between this and the one with the deteriorating porch? Do we not have specific details?
well, he sent something, and I got to take a look at it. And that would be, but it's like you've got the porch. It's more than just the columns. But I got to take. So, but I think that there's these two photos kind of got me thinking. I don't want to be. I'm for helping people repair and maintain, replace in kind. Wholesale reconstruction gets a little. I don't want to put, now the thing is I can do it with we have the email approvals, we call them. Someone says, hey, I want to paint my front door blue. I look at it. Yeah, that's fine to paint it blue. I send me, do it. That's good. This is the type of administrative approval that if I did it, it would be the $100 fee. And so it's not like I just say, yeah, do it. There's still a process to it. The third example, if this help brings it, go to the next one, Robert. This is the sort of stuff I get questions about a lot. It's a non-historic set of stairs. They want to replace it. You can go one more. And I said, well, I don't mind you going to pickets, but at least equal these things out. And then they wanted to go, you can go one more. Yeah, said, well, we want to use this vinyl stuff. I said, no, if you go back wood, I can live with the pickets. You're just not, go one more. Yeah, I said, go one more. Said, it's not going to look like Sundeck pickets. Wood, painted. It's not historic. I'm okay with that. Vinyl, no. And so, but this is again an example of the stuff that where I'm like, I know what the right answer is. It's like I want to be able to ask you guys if you think it's okay, but no, that's not the right word.
I kind of think it'd be nice if we as a group would entertain a project like this, accept your recommendation and approve it in like 2 to 4 minutes.
Exactly.
Rather than either not see it or debate it for 45 minutes.
Like speed approval.
Yeah.
Consent agenda stuff.
And I think it's where, I think it just needs to say, but if he came back, and I have had one where they said, we're just putting it back together. We're fixing the rails that are broken. And I said, well, if you're not changing it, then have at it. And, but once you start reconstructing it, and that's where, so as we go back uphill again to that front porch, it's sort of, what's that? I realize they want to get it done. Everyone's in a hurry, but the stairs to that front door, I find painless. This here's
Who's driving the PDF right now? Leave the image.
Me, I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm trying to keep up. Yeah.
Robert texted earlier, said his chair's terrible. So I think we might be losing him. So
I think you're losing most of us, Jeff.
Yeah.
You know what? I got you. I got you. I'm a big boy.
I think these administrative approvals, if I'm not mistaken, I think you are supposed to report to us. At least, we don't have to go through them in the meeting, but I think you do need to put them in our agenda so we can look at them. I think that was a requirement.
Can I make
your life more difficult?
Make one brief recommendation? With the change in city policy that allows everyone in to the meeting at the beginning at 5 o'clock, I'm finding the pre-meeting not very useful.
Yeah.
It was nice when we were together and we could connect both socially, see how we were, and maybe ask questions about the upcoming things, or kind of see where people were. But my suggestion is either we forego that extra half hour at the beginning, or tackle some of this information that we just talked about at the beginning. Either way would make the night a little bit shorter.
Yeah, Brett.
I like the idea that we'd have a half hour to do it in. So we'd have a fixed time period to do it in, and we could get it done quickly.
Yeah, I didn't anticipate, I didn't anticipate the length that we spent on other stuff. But I think I am glad earlier, I think you all expressed some good points about the reviewing of the guidelines. I mean, really got to find out, if we're going to go through that process,
let's do that right now. Can everyone who wants to review the guidelines, can you please submit your comments to Jeff by October 1st? That fair? Okay. Another thing is the BAR vacancies. Tim and I are gone at the end of the year. If you know any architect friends that you think would be good, let them know. I am the BR's representative on the comp plan committee. They have not started the zoning rewrite stuff yet, but they will soon. Does anybody want to do that? Think about it, email me. Because I would prefer that I don't start the zoning rewrite stuff and then someone else takes my place. It'd probably be better if there's a first meeting before the end of the year, if someone else were part of that. So.
The only thing I'd add to that is that we are rounding the corner to the end of the year. I don't know when we'll be in person. I really don't. I think the city has, they've said October, but I think that's just simply a placeholder, sort of like where we were last year. Just it keeps moving things forward. But we are, so that we're not doing our annual awards at the last meeting. If you all start to give some thought to some things that that we've approved that have been done, we don't have to give out any awards, but it's certainly nice to maintain that. And I think it would be helpful to start thinking about it now, or if you've got something you want to nominate or recommend, just give it some thought. And again, I apologize. What it is difficult not being around a table and having conversations about things that people are not out there not catching everything that we're saying, or they don't know all the background or the context, and but I think the comp plan is something that it's important that we get it right. And I think, like Carl said, if someone wants to, on behalf of the BAR, be able to step into that and represent what the BAR stands for. Because again, the other piece of it is that design aspects of the city, the urban design things that they want to do throughout the city, you all don't approve all of that, but there's still things that we want to look at, that lighting, the comprehensive lighting plan that we talked about. So there are elements and components that are important. I think something else, we have, Robert and I have been talking about, Penn Park is 266 acres of a former 430 acre estate. It's intact. It's an intact landscape, and there should be possibly more to interpret that site and its history than just something down there by that cemetery. One of the descendants happened to be a friend of mine, and he told me, and it was, he said, my family for he's a few years younger than me. He said, for decades, we've gone to family reunions at Penn Park, and not once did we realize that our family was connected to that place, and that our family and are buried down the hill. So, these are the things within the comp plan that sort of to we talk about history and historic preservation, those things need to be in that comp plan so that then we can pursue them. And I think it's really an exciting opportunity for the city to interpret that site and present that history in a way that we have not thought about it in the past. Everybody thinks it's Penn Park because it's a park, and fail to recognize its history. So there's my 2 cents on cool stuff in the comp plan. Mr. Chair, the comm is yours.
I guess, can we adjourn? And Jeff, can we set elections for November or December so that in January the board is ready to go? Is that fair?
Sure.
I know we'll have 2 new people, but I mean, I think it's probably more important that those who are
When will,
served for more than 1 day can vote.
when will council advertise the vacancies and do those appointments? And would
Already on top of that, believe it or not, starting in starting in October, because I've already asked the clerk when they'll post it, and I put it in my calendar to remind me, but she said, early October it will be posted.
That's not soon enough, but all right. You guys will be missing some people, I think, in January.
No, you have to keep serving until it's like the we keep you. It's the,
yeah, let's
you redshirted
well, that worked
those.
for Mike Ball.
That's right. We redshirted you for 3 months of 2020. So all right,
you
thank
guys.
you all.
Thank you very much.